Oh, look, the bird's back. Great. Great. I lost that loot. I lost all of those I lost all that ammo. All I did was save a loss of ammo. That was it. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a waste of ammo that was. Oh my god, you fucking games. Why do you do this stupid shit? Whatever. Fucking bullet sponge, fucking one-shot horse shit. What? That was an easy way out of it. Alright, never mind. Works for me. Coil explosive damage up 6. Okay. Can I coil my weaves or coil my weapons now or whatever? Or do you just still not letting me do that, I guess? Yeah, can we edit the coils on the... Oops, wait. How are we doing here? We're doing okay. Kill the elemental. Kill him. I guess I should put coils in, but you really didn't make it as easy as the last game, you know? Explosive damage. Okay, so I want to go to this weapon and I want to edit the coils for the strong arm. Yeah, of the strong arm. Oh yeah, this is the sharp shot bow. 65. Yeah, this is the one I'm using. Oh yeah. Inflicting a critical hit. Okay, overdraw damage. Mid-range. Okay. Long range, mid-range, short range. Wait, this has... So this thing that I'm using, the hunter bow, has 2143. This has 6532. Or no, sorry, 20, it has 1525. But it probably... Yeah, but it doesn't do as much damage. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think... I think the hunter bow's better. I'll do coils on not the spike thrower, but the this thing. Can I do? I can't edit the coils on the champion spear. No. All right. Well, can we edit the coils on the hunter bow? Oh, look, it's locked still. Why is it locked still? I don't know. I don't know. I don't really understand your system like I did the first game. Seems weird. I have 336 pouches. Get out of the water. Get out of it. Get out of it. Get out of it. Whatever that was. I was gonna stop even commenting on the one-shots anymore and just accept that you're a piece of shit developer. I'm gonna stop calling you a piece of shit developer and just accept that you are a piece of shit developer. And you want to fucking torture us for no reason. I'm gonna stop saying it. Need to go buy machine muscle with like all of my shit. God damn it! God damn it, you keep making me waste ammo with your fucking constant onslaught of bullshit. Come on, man. Get out of it. Wow, what was that? Come on, man. Let me get up. Fuck. Fuck. What? Oh my god! Before I could even swing, you one-shot me! Come on, man. Before I could even swing. Fucking bullshit one-shots. Okay, so cool. I am currently good, and on here, I'm currently good. There is other people in here now, which is annoying. But anyways, are we fleeted? No, we're not fleeted. So we'll go. Okay. Now, let us see. Autopilot. No, I'm trying to go probe scanner to the scout. Are we in the fleet yet? No. Are we in the fleet yet? No. I don't understand. Okay, leave fleet. Confirm. Okay. I'm going to try again. I'm going to form a fleet with you. You're going to say yes. Are we in a fleet? No, we aren't. Why? Oh, yes, we are. Yes, we are. Okay. So, now, you go to scout.
Warp drive
You go
active.
to scout.
Warp drive active.
Nope, nobody in there. That's good.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Why won't you approach him? I've told you to approach like 5 or 6 times now. I need you to actually do it. There you go. I can't believe how much ammo I wasted. Oh my god. And you killed me after it and I saved for some reason. What was this? Ugh. Nope.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Alex Straza. Oh my god.
give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
If it's capture, why did you let me come here? Okay. Dumb.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
God damn it! God damn it! Fucking one shots, man. Oh my god. What? What?
Or a lot of their, again, integrity, if you will, if they were to be lying about.
Why does it have a... Thank you, Super Mac Brother, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Hello, Ryan here, aka Mac, and welcome. So today we are back at our stores clearing, this time with a cutter rambler rather than my vulture, as we're going to do something a little different, something that I've been speaking about for quite a while on my YouTube and on Twitch, where I want to do more of an off-grid, zero to hero survival series as such. I suppose it's not really survival because we are at a little village and there's plenty to use here. But the point being, I have only an undersuit. I was hoping to just use clothing, but I didn't have any.
Please let me up this! God damn it!
No UEC at all. The crime.
God damn it, it was a waste of ammo.
But hopefully the new 322.1 patch will clear that one up. But yeah, essentially, this whole thing is going to be me living out my days here, off-grid, at Astor's Clearing, checking out these local areas like Dunborough and Harper's Point, and seeing what I can find, and then using those items that I find, selling them, or using them and keeping them, and just making a day-to-day sort of living, and seeing how that goes. Which means I will be entirely at the disposal of other players, I guess, and what spawns in. So, yeah, whatever people leave behind, whatever ships they leave behind, cargo and items, that's what this is essentially going to be. And then once 322.1 drops to live, which is supposedly going to be this week sometime, it may already be live if I haven't got this out in time, that should allow me to use my Arid Wrath 0 character. So I'm going to put a stop to the hardcore version where I started the battle. And I'm going to I'll come back to that series eventually.
Oh my god! You one-shot me again!
I'm going to do it as a Zero to Hero Survive and Thrive series. There was just another Cutter Rambler flying around here. He was coming into land, but it looks like he might have flown away. Never mind.
Oh, that frame rate looks so fucking bad.
Yeah, so plan is to just check to see what we have in these locations. See if there's anything that's been left behind for me to loot. And then, like I say, sell or use. And it'll be very much, as I say, at the disposal of the verse, of the server. I don't know what there is. I don't know if today is going to be a good day or a bad day. But that is the joy of it. That is what I like to find out. So what I'm going to do, scoot around here, see if I can see anything that's been left behind to scavenge and salvage. And then, yeah, head off to Dunborough and Harper's Point and do the same there. I'm not going to bother hitting up places like Shuban mining stations, because I might do eventually, but as it stands right now, they're way too easy to find things and make a lot of money. I may do it yet. I haven't fully decided. I'm hoping just to find what I need around here day to day and sell what I need, buy what I need from the local shops. But yeah, use whatever obviously I need to eat, I need to drink, so I need to make money to either buy that stuff or loot. And I'm not going to drink the toxic recycled water that's around the campfires. You know, I have standards. So let's just get looking, see what we can find. And yeah, hopefully something of interest. See if we can sell any of this. I'll try both here in the bar. I believe they generally take similar items though. Okay, so the water's worth 2, everything else is worth 1, even the spoon and the fork is worth 1. We'll try and sell it all. And so far this will give us which I'm not going to buy anything yet because I'm not thirsty. Ideally, I will be able to get myself one of these days a multi-tool. I'll need a multi-tool tractor beam. And then you've got food here. MREs, they don't sell water. Oh, they do. 5 and 3. So water's worth 3. Reclaimed water's worth 5. Which essentially I could get myself a bottle of water. But as I say, I don't need any water yet, so I'm going to just hold off for now and start to accumulate as much currency as possible. But yeah, ideally, I want to see how I can go about by getting a full armor suit, you know, weapons, although I can find weapons quite easily, but to start with, I might just sell them all, as the value is worth more to me at this time. And then, yeah, see what I can find. I need a multi-tool. I would love to do the SRT Greycat salvaging tool progression, but until they fix the bug where we can finally sell the triple canisters, I'm not going to be able to do that. So let's just head back to my ramble. I don't think there's much else here. I haven't seen any loot boxes. So they've either been thrown around and looted or just taken. And yeah, we'll head to Dumborough, head to Harper's, and just see if there's anything around there to find. Fingers crossed, we can make some money today.
Doesn't look too good. Looks really bad, to be frank. Like, it's cool. Like, it'll be cool in 10 years, but it's not cool now. And that's what matters to me. I'm terribly sorry. Here is These MMOs will be dead in 5 years by Sawman UK.
Guild Wars 2 is dead. Pretty much a dead game in life support with a skeleton crew that's out there to just keep milking the cash shop. I agree with the volume of memes in this video, and ESO is dead. Nobody cried though. Dead game, true boys. 1,300 players is considered well past dead.
Nice
MMO.
swing. They went totally
Dead
through.
genre. USA MMO RPG players are tards that will rage on anything that isn't WoW. I'm pretty sure this game will be dead in 5 years time. Is today's topic of discussion. Welcome.
Oh, come on! Looting should not be a one-shot!
Over the past year, I've covered off a multitude of MMO RPGs.
Fucking
and there's
failure-ass
always that one
developers.
person commenting, this game is dead. And it's not to say that these people are wrong, it's just that the word dead has so many different connotations when it comes to game development. So for the purpose of today's video, when I predict a MMO to be dead in 5 years time, is that I predict that one of the following things might have occurred. The devs have given up, will not do any new updates, the game is in maintenance mode, it is practically on life support, it has less than 1,000 concurrent players, and the servers have been well and truly shut down. And you might be wondering, why am I even making this video? Well, it's simple. I'm an opinionated prick. But not only that, I'm starting to become quite a connoisseur of dead MMOs, and I feel like the ones I'm going to name today are doing everything wrong to get themselves shut down. Also, shameless plug, a couple of weeks ago I did a similar video to this called Why Did These MMOs Die? And I go into a deep dive into some classic MMOs which sadly got shut down. Because that's what we do here on this channel, we look at dead MMOs and games that were relevant 5 years ago. Like and subscribe. And with that clarification out the way, let's begin with the first MMO that I think will be dead in 5 years from now. So I'm not here to bash on New World, but let's be honest, does anyone see this game having a future in 5 years time? To say that this title has lost steam would be an understatement, and hell, even some of the top content creators of this game are saying it's in a downward spiral. And it's not like the community hasn't noticed either. Just the other day there was a Q&A with the devs, and I have to say the questioning was very harsh but fair, but the way the devs dealt with it was fucking abysmal.
There are many concerns that we are giving up on the game, that we don't care, that we aren't communicating enough about, our delayed Season 5 release. The list is extensive. So in the spirit of using community feedback to create better games, what can you tell us? Why do we have to wait until June? And will there be any news about upcoming features before then?
So first, nobody is giving up on the game from the developer standpoint.
Note that they said from a developer standpoint. They didn't say from Amazon's standpoint, but a developer standpoint.
We are working long hours and really hard toward a big goal this year, which we can't wait to share with you in June. It destroys us that we can't give you the information that you want. We'd love to talk about this, but sometimes you have to look at what's best for the long-term health of the game.
You mean
against some of the
not be
short-term
transparent?
games.
You think
Awful,
it's
and I know it's
you
not
think
what
it's
you wanna
best to
do.
not be
Just wait.
transparent? Like, not be transparent? You think that's best? I don't know. I don't know about that.
active.
God damn it.
Warp drive active.
Oh, Algos. Qt 6 minutes. But there is smalls. I'll go to the Navy. Warp
You
to
cannot
the
warp
Navy.
there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh, it's an Imperial Navy. Ooh.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
The 2024 roadmap for New World was probably one of the worst roadmaps I've seen. It was very lackluster, it had stuff on there which should have been in previous seasons, and the general consensus was it wasn't enough. It's worth noting that this roadmap isn't for the whole year, but they haven't even hinted at a new DLC or anything even remotely exciting. The fact that they still choose to remain silent is just crazy. There's no hype around this game anymore, and yet they don't even want to try and give it inkling as to what might be coming. New World used to be very PvP centric, but over time they've moved towards more PvE content because, let's be honest, that's where the big bucks apparently are. And this has left the player versus player community feeling very neglected. Like, why has there only ever been one OPR map since launch? It's just nuts.
Why has there been such a lack of investment into the PvP aspect of your game? Is it down to resource management, player data?
Yeah, so before we launched, like way back, New World was a PvP focused game, and we listened to the players at that time, and we adjusted, and we actually made it more PvE focused based on that feedback. And what we see is the majority of our players are PvE focused. We do
I'm
have
trying
some
to scope.
players, though, and we
God
have
damn it,
to
this
say
was a
that
terrible
moving
opening.
forward, it's
Just
definitely
kill
not
me.
invested.
God
And
damn
as
it,
you just
man.
saw, they said that most of the players are PvE focused. It's not like you have to grind the fuck out of PvE to do any PvP in New World, and it's not like you have to spend all your day waiting for a 3-hour slot to do open world PvP. What I actually take away from this is that there's not enough PvP content, so all the PvP players have left, and you're now left with a Care Bear farming simulator where you go around chopping down trees. I wonder if they count all the bots as PvE players. Once again, they are rinse and repeating the server merges because servers are becoming unpopular, so they just start merging them all together, and we know full well that's a very healthy thing to do, and certainly doesn't hide the fact that they're in dire need of having a mega server for each region. That's me being sarcastic, by the way.
The British have such an advanced sense of humor.
I think the fact that they added controller support to the 2024 roadmap shows the direction they're trying to go in. I generally think they're going to try and release this on console, and by doing so it could give them a bit of a cash injection. I mean, think about it, 200,000 people buying a new MMO for $40 a piece, that's a lot of cheddar. And everyone knows that console players are starved for a good MMO, so they're going to lap it up. But not only that, by being cross-platform, it makes the actual title more desirable to anyone who wants to invest or potentially purchase this IP. And you're probably sat there thinking, why would Amazon ever sell New World? And the simple fact is, it's been leaking cash since day one. And I get the feeling, me and everyone else gets the feeling, that they are focusing more on the Lord of the Rings MMORPG that is currently in development. And we've seen this in the past with other titles. NCSoft are infamous for doing this, but essentially they pull all the resources off the old IP to make them work on the new IP, and from a financial standpoint, it's just not worth paying for the resources to keep the old MMO up and running. In the long run, they'd just rather sell it on or just close it down. In the short term, I reckon they'll use New World as a testing ground for the new Lord of the Rings.
What was that?
Or in the long term, I just don't see us having any legs. Let's be honest, the lore isn't that captivating, they lost their core audience, and it's just been leaking since day one. I think this one's a bit obvious, but of course, with Amazon making a new Lord of the Rings MMORPG, it doesn't really give Lord of the Rings Online much of a chance of survival. Lord of the Rings Online, or LOTRO for short, has been on a decline since, well, since day one, if I'm being honest. It was there to compete with WoW. WoW obviously won, and currently it maintains a very
maybe I should go back and grind for a bit. These things,
the times they've always tried to remain a classic.
I seem
MMO
pretty
RPG,
far from,
which is all well and good, but in this day and age, everyone wants UE5, flashy graphics and animations, all of which I'm sure the new Lord of the Rings MMO will provide. Yep. Standing Stone Games are the publishers behind this title, and they've already addressed the concerns of the new MMO, and they have no plans to shut Lord of the Rings Online down. But that's not to say that all the players won't just up and leave. Standing Stone Games also has Dungeons & Dragons Online under their belt, so I do believe in what they're saying, that they are just going to probably keep it running until the end of time. But with a tiny population as it is, any amount of player loss is going to obviously have a big impact. And let's be honest, the only way you could resist a brand new Lord of the Rings MMO is if you were Frodo himself, with your whole fellowship holding you back from ever trying to play this title. So, sorry LOTRO, I just don't see you surviving this one. Not through lack of trying though. Now this one's going to piss a lot of people off, and they're just going to say I'm picking on this game, I need to get over it. But this is more from an educational standpoint as to why I'm predicting it's going to die in 5 years' time.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
Unlike the players of this title, I've been able to leave Tamriel and actually have a look at the bigger picture. And there's two key things which I think are going to have a major impact on the Elder Scrolls Online. Number one, and it's the most obvious one, the Elder Scrolls 6. We know the Elder Scrolls 6 is a single player RPG, so it's not even the same genre as the Elder Scrolls Online. But that's the dumb thing about the Elder Scrolls Online. The majority of people who play it as if it was a solo game. You have people who will literally go out of their way not to interact with other players in an MMO RPG. And I just have to say to all those people doing that, I fucking hate you. you are ruining the genre. And the one thing that has happened to the Elder Scrolls Online over the years is that it's actually shifted its player base. It's been focusing more on easy content to get new players in and to create this wholesome Care Bear experience. I would guess that over 50% of the Elder Scrolls Online player base are probably middle-aged, don't have time to actually grind or do anything difficult in game, single player questing, listening to the lore, and just generally playing the wrong fucking game, if I'm being completely honest. Seriously, just go play fucking Skyrim or the best Elder Scrolls game ever, Oblivion. Why are you playing the Elder Scrolls Online as if it's a first-person RPG? What is wrong with you? And number 2, ZeniMax themselves have already announced they're working on a new MMORPG. And in leaked documents, you can see that there's going to be a revenue drop in the Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76. But why would a new MMO affect their revenue? Unless they're predicting a smaller player base for some reason, or better still, they're moving resources away from these titles and perhaps not investing as much into chapters, DLC and the cash shop. Maybe. And the player base has already noticed that there's been a severe lacking quality of the content that's been given in recent years. Truth be told, the feeling and general consensus is they've already started to move the resources away from the Elder Scrolls Online onto Project Kestrel. This year's new chapter is introducing spellcrafting, which was actually supposed to be in the game 9 years ago, but for whatever reason it didn't happen. So all they've done is go back 9 years, take an old mechanic, and now polished it up and claimed it's new, shiny, and is going to be revolutionary. Not forgetting the fact that they didn't put it in the game because it was broken and flawed. They also seem to be slower at getting content out. For example, the Endless Dungeon they introduced last year, it was teased very early on, but obviously took all that time to produce that it went past the chapter. And it's the same again this year with the Companion and the new PvP non-Cyrodiil feature. And obviously compared to the High Isle chapter, you're getting less for your money. I think it's hard to argue that the quality of the chapters and DLC has gone up. If anything, it's stagnant, if not worse. And it just goes to show that the resources clearly have started to move over. You can definitely tell that the player population has dropped over the years, but unfortunately the only statistic you get from them is that there's apparently 23 million players. Next you're going to tell me that the Twitch viewers are all legit and there's no embeds or view button. Honestly. So in 5 years time, where will they be? I honestly don't think there's enough free play weekends and Dorito advertising to keep this afloat in the future. Bear in mind this is running on a 10-year-old game engine which doesn't perform on the best of days. It has constant lag issues, it has constant bugs, and there's so many exploits and glitches that they just really need to revamp the whole game, which they just aren't going to do. In 5 years time, there could potentially be Unreal Engine 6. Are you really going to want to play a game which is on a 15-year-old game engine? My prediction, a very small player base, or potentially Elder Scrolls 2. Honestly, I don't even know at this point. I honestly find it hard to believe that in 5 years time, people will still be picking this MMO over so many others. And let's be real for a moment, if the lore alone was enough to keep a MMO alive, well then surely Lord of the Rings Online would be doing better, and Star Wars would be thriving. I'm not going out my way to be a prick, but I do seem to be picking games with die-hard communities, and I am sorry, it's just what I've noticed, okay? But Star Wars The Old Republic does have the potential to not be around in 5 years time. And it's for one main reason, and that is if a new Star Wars MMO actually gets released. There are of course rumours that Project Kestrel is a Mandalorian MMO, and to that I say no. Stop being stupid. Yep. Alright? I've talked about this a million times before, but trust me bro, if this was a Star Wars MMO being created by ZeniMax, there'd be so much hype around it, you'd have heard more news about it, and they wouldn't be predicting it to not make that much revenue. So it's not, okay? Hopefully someone else does it, but it's not ZeniMax. However, that's not to say someone else out there isn't developing a Star Wars MMO. With the EA exclusivity contract coming to an end, it opens the doors up to other big game publishers having a go at it, and it's one of the biggest IPs out there. it seems criminal that there isn't a new Star Wars MMO. So simply this, if a new Star Wars
It's not
title is
criminal.
made, it will kill
I'm
any
kind of
and
down
all
on Star Wars.
competition,
Remember, they kind of
including
drove
Star
the.
Wars: The Old Republic.
Oh my God! Just
Soz,
go back to
but-
tab. Remember that they kind of drove the Star Wars IP into the ground. Did you forget? And no, I don't need a new Star Wars MMO. I've been saying almost every day on my stream, Lord, deliver me from 2004 to keep me away from 2004. And yeah, I don't want to go back to 2004 or 1994 or 1984 or 1974 to some Star Wars fucking past. It's not there. You should have learned from the member berries. They were right. Nostalgia is a great drug, but I mean, it's pretty much a crutch. It's not gonna be there for you forever, you know. They've already driven these IPs into the ground. You're gonna turn around right now, aren't you? Yep. God damn it. What? This is doing no damage. Oop. I don't think this weapon is good. It's nice, and I need to upgrade it, I guess. I don't think it's good, though. Now, there I just killed the elemental, no damage, which makes no sense. I don't know. Sometimes they get me down, and sometimes they don't.
Truly not soz if that
Oops. There we go.
happens. And now for the honourable mentions. The following MMOs have the potential to be closed down in 5 years' time. And just hold on for a
13,000
reason as I
LP.
reel off the list of MMOs. Pax Day, Ashes of Creation,
Yep.
Blue Protocol,
Bye.
Arcade 2, Throne and Liberty. What I'm trying to say is, any new MMO or any MMO in development has the potential to be shut down after a year, let alone 5 years. There have been so many good MMOs in the past which have just simply died out because they had a rough start, which is why New World is truly remarkable that it's still going, and probably will die. Basically, I could have made this video like 40 minutes long and listed every new MMO coming out or every Kickstarter MMO, but you get the point. All new MMOs are potential failures. There have been plenty of AAA studios who have fallen flat on their face over the years. But despite my prediction that some of these MMOs will be dead in 5 years, just remember, does a game truly die if you can pirate it and put it on a private server? But anyway, thank you for watching this video. I just wanted to have a little discussion about some of my thoughts and feelings, and I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments below, so don't be shy now. Let me know if you think I'm talking utter bollocks, or whether you think I might have a point. And yeah, list some MMOs that I should probably...
Nerd Slayer did Death of a Game, Warhammer 40k, Eternal Crusade. Let's take a look. Thank you, Nerd Slayer Studios, for the excellent content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Warhammer, we have returned. This time in the future, with Warhammer 40k, and the very ill-fated Eternal Crusade. Many people around the channel not only know that Warhammer Online was one of my first Death of the Games, it was also one of my most successful videos, and favorite games. And for some time, I have had people requesting me to cover Warhammer 40k Eternal Crusade, and not for the best reasons. What I mean is that I don't know if I have found a more poorly talked about title I am going to be covering on this channel yet. And that doesn't even necessarily mean it was or is the worst game in the series thus far, but perhaps that it shocked expectations the most, or just significantly differed from what was expected. Behavior Interactive would launch Warhammer 40k Eternal Crusade September 23rd, 2016, and fans would bombard them with comments about what they got wasn't what was promised. The title would have a troubled 5-year life cycle before being shut down September 2021. What went wrong with one of the most hyped MMOs of the 2010s, and why has Eternal Crusade marred so many Warhammer fans, so much so that they requested this video in earnest? We will uncover that and more on this episode of Death of a Game, a series where we take the largest contributing factors to the death of a game or company and diagnose them over the course of utilizing a timeline to come up with various clues and bits of evidence, culminating in a final deduction where we close the case, you know, every detective's favorite part. Without further introduction though, pick your faction and let's get to the Eternal Crusade. Welcome to the channel AFK Journey, the sponsor for this video. AFK Journey is available on iOS, Google Store for mobile, and on the AFK Journey official website for PC. AFK Journey is a 3D art canvas style world where everything breathes life. In this magic land, you can embark on a fantasy quest as Merlin, gathering heroes from 6 different factions and formulating winning tactics with different team approaches. Reunite with the AFK Arena's beloved characters and discover new ones. From Golden Wheatshire to the Veduso Mountain Saw, you have a world of wonder in the palm of your hands. Exploring diverse big maps, solving fun puzzles, and meeting interesting NPCs with effortless one-handed gameplay. AFK Journey presents some new innovative features. It's not just an idle game, but an ethereal fantasy RPG game with distinctive visuals, intricate gameplay mechanics, and the ability to play on PC. AFK Journey's official release offers over 40 heroes for free, including epics, giving you a wide array of RPG strategies too. Additionally, you will receive 200 plus free pulls by progressing through the game and completing events like the 7-day login. Make sure to use code AFKJourney88, valid from the 27th of March, which is the launch of the game by the way, to the 27th of May, and get 100 diamonds and 18,888 golden coins. Download both on PC and mobile for free using the link in the description and get the 40 heroes that I mentioned. And make sure to use code AFKJourney88. Let's get back to the case. Warhammer Online, a fantasy-based Warhammer MMO, launched in 2008, spearheading the Warhammer franchise for many modern fans such as myself. I always heard murmurings though that the best Warhammer was in the future, and with the 40k version. THQ and developer Vigil Games were the first in charge to put out a 40k themed Warhammer MMO, but would ultimately be shuttered in the process of such. 2 years later, following the ending of that project, Dark Millennium would be the birth of Eternal Crusade, another 40k MMO set to take the world by storm. Behavior Interactive, of largely lower effort or B video game fame, if you will, would be in charge of the game's development, which had many people such as Total Biscuit, a massive 40k fan, rest in peace, very worried. But BI was very open with their development of Eternal Crusade, and would release details concerning the game as early as June 2013. Reportedly, the game consisted of choosing one of the 4 factions and then loading into your personal starship that you can then use as a base of operations and house customization, as well as a staging point for your missions. You then can team up with 10 players that then choose a spot on the continent of the current campaign planet to then drop to and start doing work. You will fight the enemy factions and also the NPC Tyranids who infest the map in a battle for control similar to something like PlanetSide 2 or Battlefront, with combat similar to Gears of War and Warhammer Space Marine. It was, by the sounds of it, the rare breed of MMO FPS. More details were revealed shortly later, and would suggest that you could even build your own fortress for your faction as a member of a guild. Eternal Crusade was sounding like an interesting mix of Warhammer Online and PlanetSide 2, both had big faction focuses. The models and art were also impressive too, helping make the game really look Warhammer, and thus authentic, which was important. Alpha gameplay would be revealed alongside founder packs consisting of as much as $150 purchases, July 29th, 2014, signifying an impending launch. Founder packs are essentially pre-ordering for pre-launched games, and oftentimes offer benefits for the early adopters. While I'm not against them outright, I think using them in this instance was slightly worrying, because it spoke to the fact that perhaps Behavior Interactive needed the cash to further fund the game in the first place, and specifically because they were the ones publishing it. Coming from multiple sources who both helped develop the game and tested the alpha, I was told that the game state in alpha was quite rough, and the game basically felt already like just a lobby shooter, if that, where you would choose from different servers and basically play Warhammer 40k Battlefield. or Battlefront. The idea was that BI would have enough time to flesh things out further, and they were being so forthright with development and communication concerning it, after all, so there was a lot of faith. This is probably why there is so much disdain around things in the modern times, because BI was actually able to create a community through being upfront with their audience and inviting conversation. The problem was they were almost overexposed, with the attention and daily communications started to come overpromising, and heavy hype jobs alongside such. Just check out this graphic on screen for an idea of what was being promised at the time for what was supposed to be the actual first Warhammer 40k MMO that was supposed to actually launch. 4 playable factions, which wasn't too much for most Warhammer fans, but was 2 more than Warhammer Online technically had. The game would then feature a persistent world, like Warhammer Online, and allow for massive PvE and PvP. Also allow you to play with multiple classes and up to 1,000+ weapons. You could even fight in vehicles, and all of the updates and expansions that were supposed to come for free. It almost sounded too good to be true, and, well, I guess it was, especially when the early gameplay footage seemed to be mostly just trailer footage. Eternal Crusade's approach to monetization was going to be having a box price of $50 followed by free updates, but they were also offering a free-to-play option, with the Orc faction, which was balanced due to multiple orcs being needed to take down a single Space Marine. Now, I actually like this approach. I like more unique approaches like this to monetization, and I think that they should be tried more so than just obviously doing blanket things, and I think free-to-play like this should be better integrated. It also fits with the orc lore and background too, which is just a nice touch. Eternal Crusade would enter Steam Early Access January 2016, and was set to launch later in the year fully, including promises to launch on console. Which was interesting considering not much was being even shown or said about the console version at the time, which was certainly a red flag. What was worse was barely anybody was being even brought into the early access in the first place, which was probably a good thing consumer-wise, right? But a bad thing for BI and them attracting an audience. Impressions would follow the early access release, and according to Rock Paper Shotgun, Eternal Crusade was an MMO with only one M. Presuming that gets sorted out, I do think Eternal Crusade has plenty of scope to rage on for longer, even aside from its lack of MMO-ness. It's not currently as complex as recent Battlefields, either in the tactical sense or in terms of unlock overload, although it does plan to open an item store at some point, so perhaps it's more comparable to Star Wars Battlefront. This felt like quite the departure, though, from what was being promised initially, as the game was basically functioning as the alpha was, a mediocre lobby shooter with a decent Warhammer 40k skin. The Eldar would be introduced into the game, which would actually bring the faction count up to just 3. Yep, due to the early access style of launching, only the 2 of the 4 factions were playable for half a year. Early access or not, online virtual world type players are going to treat it like your main launch, and having so few of what was promised at the early access launch was souring people on the game already. You only have one time really to make an impression with the world, unless you're just gonna completely end up creating a new one. Matters would worsen dramatically, June 14th, 2016, with the launch and massive success of another behavior interactive project, Dead by Daylight.
I don't know, Trump seems to have 65,000 chances. I think it's if you have money. I think if you have money, you can keep trying. If you don't, then you won't.
Behavior took the role of publishing on Eternal Crusade, which sort of doomed them in some ways to find serious funding. However, with
Trump straight lost the election and is about to run again. Imagine anyone else pretty much trying that. It's just complete denial because he's got the money to just sit there and keep trying, right? It's the money. It's always been the money. It's never the interests or the community or any of that stuff. It's the money to sit around. If you got it, then you can. If you don't, you won't. And that, I mean, I'm sorry, but
DBD, they teamed up with Star.
In the end, it's a business.
According to my sources, after the massive success of DBD, BI would not just shift their resources to DBD, they would shift more then 90%
just say
of the
Dead by
development
Daylight.
team
It's
to
about the
game
same
as
amount of
well.
time.
The theories are that because DBD was a non-licensed,
You sound like you're trying to say like small cassette disc player. Like don't say DBD, just say Dead by Daylight. It's not that fucking hard to say. It's actually one of the simpler game titles out there. 4 syllables, not hard. Dead by Daylight. It's not that fucking hard to say. Don't say DVD, because I'm sorry, but maybe you've never had an editor before. I have. I've had a professional editor before, and like they call this waffling. It's when you break down words essentially, and you start using you start like using abbreviations instead of actual words, and it's a bad form of writing. It comes across as lazy. Like you're there to tell me a point, but you're not like but you don't have the work ethic to tell me the whole phrase.
IP, it had a better trajectory for
And
BI,
trust me, like
especially with the failures.
abbreviations are appropriate sometimes, but Dead by Daylight, I don't know, maybe. I mean, you could say the same thing about League of Legends, but we say LOL because that's one phrase, that's one terminology. Like I call it LOL or WoW. And DBDs, Dead by Daylight is just four. DBD is the three of the four syllables. You could say it faster that way, but it's not that much faster.
There's a VC already ongoing at the time.
DBD is a way, I think it actually harms the brand a bit because like some people who don't know what you're talking about could be like, what's a DBD? You know, I think it actually harms their brand when you do this.
So development would be halted just a few months later, which can't be a coincidence unless they had done literally zero work on the consolization process.
I think I think the 100,000 people doing actual successful like YouTube videos on YouTube and shit that are actually like making a living doing it, I think they think that the world is really smart, and I think the world is smart, but I think the majority of the world doesn't have the time to be in the genre that you're in and have no idea what you're talking about, and this it makes them appear dumb or ignorant, but they're not. They just don't live the same lives that you do. And so you say DBD, like everybody lives the same life as you as a gamer, and they know what you're talking about, but I've honestly never heard that phrase before. So now I've upgraded the bow, but this wasn't good enough. I need ammo now too. I need to be able to rock that bow all the time, so I'm going to go up there and buy ammo materials and stuff. I think you can buy machine muscle from the new town. But I don't remember where that is. Is it like that one? No. I don't remember where the next town is. It's like this one was. Is that it? Yeah, is that it? Yeah, oh no, Unknown Sky Drifter site. Red Hook Quarry, and there's Chain Scrape. Oh yeah, and then Barren Light. Barren Light I think actually will let you purchase machine muscle, and I need it. I'm gonna sell everything I've farmed, and I'm gonna blow all of it on machine muscle so I can fire the sniper bow, because it's like the only bow in the game that doesn't need damage. It's so annoying. This was the destroyer, but are all the drones on it? No. Okay, we're almost done with this one. Gonna get a lot more LP. It's nice. Nice, there's no competition here, it's just collecting money, and that's what I wanted. Trade with the hunter, explosive tripcaster. I mean, why wouldn't okay, never mind. Explosive blast sling. Yeah, purge water bombs and all this are nice, but the knockdown sharp shot. High knockdown power and deal a low amount of damage. Okay. So you can, oh, cool. Yeah, I want that. Yeah, give me that. Okay, so we're gonna, the Fire Hunter bow is kind of worthless to me. It's not really doing anything. I'm gonna switch out for that. And the Swift Warrior, this fast firing to knock bows by suited to close quarters damage. Swift Warrior bow. While sliding or in, it deals extra damage while sliding or in midair. Oh, yeah. Okay. I like the Swift Warrior bow. It's cool. We'll switch this out for that one. Yeah. I don't like the oh man, I'm broke. So let's go sell.
It was wasted resources they could have otherwise just focused on the PC version. Launch for Eternal Crusade would come September 23rd, 2016, and would reach a peak of 2,700 players on Steam, which was pretty abysmal for a game.
11,000 LP. I have made like 30,000 LP in like the last like hour or something, and all I've lost is like one little crappy ship worth 10 million, and that's such good payout. That's such good payout. Like, dude. 30,000, and that's that, like dude, and that's on both characters too. So it's like crazy. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good income if I can keep doing this. Just as good as the ice mining, really. It's like less work in some ways. It's more work in some ways and less work in others. It's kind of interesting. No, we are leaving. I'm gonna take us out of here. We're going to the next small. Warp the fleet to point. Wait.
Warp drive active.
Nope, just stop. So warp, warp to the small. Make sure that you warp to the small. There you go.
Warp drive active.
I did not make much money here, but yeah. Oh, pouch upgrade. Yeah, pouch upgrade stuff. Oh my god, I have 1,250 worth of pig. Yeah, all that, right? Yeah, I don't need that. Boars. Yeah, I don't need the boar bone. Yep. Or any of that stuff. Yeah, what else is worth a lot? Like the raccoon stuff. Yeah. Hey, look, I'm rich. Good. So now I want resources of the. Oh no, I'm sorry. I want to buy stuff from. That's the hunter. But do you sell resources of the machine muscle? Yes, you do. I will take all that you've got. 9. Oh, cash me out. Wow, that'll cash me out. Yeah. Jesus. Well, 9 times what? 9 times 2 or what? 9 machine muscle or what? Let's see. How much? Oh, I have 50 machine muscle now. That's helpful. Okay. So. Knockdown precision bows are now available for one of your sharp shot bows. Oh, precision arrows. These arrows do less damage, but have a high knockdown power. Can promote aim for the legs. Okay. So now we've got the Swift Warrior bow, which is close quarters. We have the precision arrow sniper rifle. Oh no, precision. I'm sorry, that's the sharp shot. This is the knockdown sharp shot and the knockdown precision arrows. Knockdown precision arrows. Okay. And echo shells. I don't know. And I don't really use the tripcaster. I want the hunting bow. I don't know. I don't think I need the hunting bow if I have that much machine muscle. I think I will use the precision arrow all the time. And this is the Swift Warrior bow. I think I need to take a look at weapons here. So now I just got a new warrior bow with 1424. The other one does 1220. 1424, 1220, 1424. This does 10 agility damage and it has not been upgraded. We need to go to, and let's pay attention to what's going on in FFXI here because I'm wasting tigers and that's expensive. It has not been dark weather for a while, but that's okay. Wizards are good. The wizard actually drops good scrolls. I think this is a good spot. I should be just chain killing the wizard because the wizard drops good items. I think I'm fairly sure. Let's go actually verify. I mean, I have a Bishery. I'm so lazy that I'm very not inclined to do it. But we'll go take a look at FFXI Demon Wizard, right? And see what his drop rate is. Demon Wizard and Zarkabar doesn't drop shit, which sucks. Oh no, in Castles of All, he does drop the chest key. But, I mean, yeah, in Cheval Bailey's, there is the good loot. Oh, wait, no, Marquis Amon. Oh, regular monsters. No, I want regular monsters. The only good loot mob is... Oh, no, I'm sorry. There we go. So, the best loot mob is Yagudo Conquistador. And that actually is good money. Ninja Scrolls are really good money. I should go... I'm in the wrong place. Or no, I'm not in the wrong place, but I should just keep going in further until I reach the Yags, and I should just kill Conquistadors over and over again. They also link pretty bad, though. Why aren't you attacking? Let's go. My throat. I've been screaming too much today. My throat is sore. It's fucking annoying. Oh god, scroll it, yeah, all the, yeah, like, yeah, that stuff, yeah, and so is the Lutinous. The Yagudos are the really good. I mean, they're all kind of good. That's that running around.
Incoming emote.
Hello. Pandy. Okay, well, we learned.
Need a fairly large population to properly function. It seemed like the stink of EC had already reached most people's noses before it even launched, and players were starting to notice so many missing features and promised aspects, and that stench was keeping players away. Worse, the game wasn't performing that well technically either, with players getting shot through walls quite frequently, which further marred players' experiences. If there's a quality game there, but it's just missing features, then players are a lot more willing to stick it out. IGN would write a scathing review, which should probably tell you something, right? They would rate the game an abysmal 5.3 out of 10 and state that. So for now, the persistent world is out of the question. But how does it hold up as an objective-based shooter? Warhammer 40k Eternal Crusade's big multiplayer battles create some fun combat that captures the feel of the Warhammer 40k universe enough, but it currently doesn't offer the amount of content I'd expect from a $50 game. Balance and optimization issues also complicate the fun, as do missing elements in the shop and unfinished features that all suggest that Eternal Crusade was released a bit too soon. It felt like what needed to be fixed about Eternal Crusade would take a near rewrite or just complete relaunch of the game, and it was unsure if BI was ready for something the scale of that. They, however, would continue to update the project for a time, adding GVG, smaller cap points for more variety, a PvE revamp that added difficulty options in November 2016, which overall was a good update, but sadly just not enough to curb the rabid fans expecting a completely different game. And even if they accepted the Battlefront shooter and Warhammer Paint, it wasn't a very good one at that.
Active.
The lead designer on the project would leave Behavior March 2017. Brent would join Kitfox Games, a more indie-focused game company, which I could only imagine had something to do with the behind-the-scenes actions going on. While it might not have been clear to all of the player base, it was clear to veterans such as myself that they were slowing down how much content they were churning out, even very early on. Even if the game was shifted to a lobby shooter at this point, players were still expecting it to be a competitive lobby shooter that could stand up to the likes of Battlefront, Battlefield, and even Team Fortress.
Yeah, right.
EC would go free to play fully March 16, 2017, which honestly was desperately needed, as the value of the game being $50 and not being an even completed game was hurting how many players would even try the game out, and the free-to-play option would bring a new influx of players that were desperately needed. However, it wasn't a totally impressive injection, which makes me think that the player base had already moved on from the game. The 49% rating on Steam and 52% rating on Metacritic wasn't helping matters either. The Eldar campaign would also accompany the free-to-play update, which was a smart idea, bring in new content with the free-to-play launch. The update would add a smaller 15 versus 15 map, which although it sounded like a good idea, was signifying a dying population. This was half the normal 30 versus 30, which were far cry numbers away from anything remotely massive, especially in comparison to PlanetSide, which was capable of hundreds of players. Comparison is the thief of joy, sure, but in a competitive market like multiplayer video games, well, you don't have the choice but to be compared to your stablemates, and PlanetSide was a painful comparison for Eternal Crusade. But another more Warhammer-related example was actually Space Marine. Space Marine, which launched back in 2011, is arguably one of the most successful and well-respected Warhammer games, period. It has overwhelmingly high marks on Steam, which should probably be a good sign of that. Space Marine was single-player, but featured third-person action combat that included melee combat as well as ranged. Most of the game was progressing through the story and different maps as you encounter different types of threats that you dealt with your squad. It kind of reminds me of Republic Commando, to be honest. But if you compare that game from 2011 to Eternal Crusade of 2016, it didn't feel like much of an upgrade. If anything, the melee combat is far worse in Eternal Crusade, and it feels borderline janky at times, being a large complaint that players kept filing. While Dead by Daylight would continue to pour in the cash for Behavior Interactive, they were quietly sunsetting Eternal Crusade, with the last update happening July 2019. The game would still continue to exist for 2 more years, but 2 years without any serious updates, or any updates at all. My contacts told me that this is because the contract with Games Workshop was a 5-year deal, and thus that means that basically they were just waiting for the deal to expire so they wouldn't get sued. At least that's what the evidence points to. Warhammer Eternal Crusade would be shut down officially, after hobbling in maintenance mode for 2 years, September 2021, exactly 5 years after it launched, I should add. Behavior said the following about the shutdown. We're proud of all of the work that went into Warhammer 40k Eternal Crusade and for the amazing community that rallied behind the game. A classic nothing corporate PC response that you guys know I'm always going to make fun of. That not only doesn't take any accountability, they even have the audacity to thank an audience that doesn't even like them anymore. You can see the final moments of the game captured here though. A failure or not, the fandom for Warhammer 40k was, and always has been indeed, real. But like most titles in the series, a rise from the ashes typically does happen at some point, to varying degrees as passionate virtual world fans want to preserve dead or dying worlds. Fans would resurrect the struggling title in some format April 30th, 2023. Dubbed Eternal Crusade Resurrection, a fan team would resurrect the title to be mostly playable. There were some issues, however, such as the sound missing, and there was only one map. Still, good progress was being made, and it's basically the only chance you have of playing the game in modern times, because all of the servers were shut down. So shout out to the community, as always. The music is playing detectives, which means we have gathered enough clues and evidence to crack this case, and close it for yet another future one to come. It's final deduction time, and if you weren't paying attention to the clues along the way, well, why did Eternal Crusade die? Dead by Daylight overshadowed it by a country mile. Overpromised and underdelivered. It offers no innovation and barely has any serviceable gameplay. It was a comparatively poor Warhammer title. Seemingly ran out of budget. Had a very poor first impression. Had an inexperienced team that just ultimately couldn't get it done. And with that, we have the end of one of the most contentious cases I have seen thus far, and covered. The amount of requests that I have gotten for Eternal Crusade numbered in the hundreds, and the amount of angry comments about the game also numbered in the hundreds. I think that's because Behavior Interactive put a lot of effort, unlike most companies, into building a community. And this is very crucial when creating a world. The problem was that if they wanted to just do a pump and dump, which is kind of how Eternal Crusade sadly felt in the end, they probably shouldn't have not only gotten their audience so invested, but probably not invested into what they were promising, which ultimately was never delivered upon. Sadly, that means that no Warhammer 40k MMO was ever actually accomplished, despite 2 attempts. Enter the guy behind messing up City of Heroes, arguably, and creating copycat titles like Star Trek Online and Neverwinter Online, Jack Emmert, who is now in charge of a studio teaming up with the powerful Chinese publisher NetEase to build another Warhammer 40k MMO, at least, according to the headlines. According to Jack, it sounds more like an MMORPG, which makes me question what such a thing would even encompass. But only time will tell, though I clearly don't have much faith in Jack. I mean, he made this same game like 3 times. The good thing is that there's a wealth of good Warhammer games still around in circulation, like Vermintide, and there's even a Space Marine sequel that's supposed to be coming too. It's still an exciting time, as always, to be a Warhammer fan, even if their attempts with online virtual worlds haven't always been the most successful.
Vermintide, I like Vermintide, but it's a big client, and it's hard to love. But I should give Vermintide a try. It's content that I don't know. I don't know Vermintide at all. And I liked the premise of it. I thought it was pretty cool. This was a good one. I like this one. I didn't even know about this company or this game at all. Here's Cliff for gameplay with an honest Dragon's Dogma 2 review.
Hello there, my RPG lovers, and welcome to another video. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a highly anticipated sequel, even though the first game flew under the radar for a lot of people.
Strength in numbers, Arisen. This way, Arisen.
I was a huge fan of the first game, so naturally, I was really excited for the sequel. After finishing my first playthrough, I can say for sure that Dragon's Dogma 2 is almost everything I wanted to see from a sequel. Almost.
You're a kind one, aren't you?
It has some massive improvements to features that were undercooked in the first game, but it also suffers from the same problems like the original. Despite all of the issues I have with the sequel, Dragon's Dogma 2 unscripted open world gameplay is just stellar, and I can see myself investing hundreds of hours into this game and still coming back for more. unfortunately, Capcom implemented some bullshit microtransactions which only made people mad. And instead of talking about the game itself, the drama around microtransactions took the main stage.
No, for me it was performance. I don't give two shits about their gotcha fucking shit that I'm not gonna spend any money on. That's entirely a non-issue. The fucking performance was fucking miserable.
The bottom line is, these microtransactions shouldn't
It was miserable on
exist.
their character creator, much less their game. I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm looking for optimized. I'm just not their audience, I guess. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's not my game. It's not what I'm looking for.
But Capcom has been doing this for almost all of their titles, so it was to be expected. On the other side, they truly don't mean anything, and I never felt like any features in the game are deliberately hampered in order to try and sell you some stupid item from the store. Anyway, here is my full review after finishing my first playthrough.
If you've an entry permit, an invitation, or proof of citizenship, present it now.
The game begins with a cutscene that shows the Arisen sitting on the throne, having fun and being cherished by the people from the capital city of Vermont. But something strange happens and the game turns into Elder Scrolls, basically. You start the game as a prisoner in the mine, but not before you get to make your custom character. This is hands down the best character creation system that I ever experienced.
Ooh, it let me drop the resolution. Maybe that'll help.
To make a very unique looking character, which means you can create hideous monsters, super edgy anime characters, or even some famous characters from other games or movies. That being said, I personally never cared that much about in-depth character creation options because I easily get bored when making my character, and I would rather wear a cool helmet, which kinda beats the purpose of making a unique face, but that's just me. Come to think of it, it's kinda disappointing that the game doesn't have an option to hide the helmet, and I hope they will add this feature in future patches. Anyway, the story in the sequel had the potential to be amazing, but it suffers from the same problems like the first game. The beginning is very vague, but interesting.
The return of the Sovereign.
You play as the Arisen again, who is destined to slay the dragon and save the world. However, you have to prove that you're actually Arisen because somebody else is sitting on that throne. To be honest, the story never meant that much to me in the first game because the gameplay is obviously the main focus. Capcom tried to market Dragon's Dogma 2 as an RPG with a much bigger emphasis on the story this time around. And indeed, there is way more cutscenes and dialogue in the sequel, but don't expect a storytelling RPG. Well, technically, Dragon's Dogma 2 is a story-driven RPG, but the main focus is still very much on the gameplay. Just like the first game, everything in between the beginning and the ending of the story is very forgettable. Then the game kinda redeems itself with a great ending. Dragon's Dogma 2 expands the lore a bit with introducing a new beast race along with their culture. I think stuff like this is way better than the main story itself because it adds some layers of depth to the game in general. You spend the majority of the main quest with the same character who gives you quests related to proving yourself as the true Arisen. Some of those quests will introduce you to a couple of interesting characters. There are only a handful of memorable characters that I could name, but even those characters have very bland personalities.
By refining such crystals, anyone can attain the power of the Arisen.
I wish they focused a bit more on the characters instead of the main story. Listen, none of that matters if you ask me, because the gameplay in Dragon's Dogma 2 is very unique actually. You'll struggle to find a similar, unscripted action gameplay with an amazing open world. Let's start with the combat first. Dragon's Dogma 2 keeps the same philosophy for classes, or vocations as the game calls them. You get to choose a basic vocation that you like, but you'll be free to change vocations at the Pawn Guild. In order to get some unique and new vocations like the Trickster and Mystic Spear Hand, you first need to unlock them, usually by doing a quest. As soon as I unlocked a warrior vocation, I never looked back, but I want to replay the game with an archer first and probably Mystic Spear Hand later. When you gain experience, you also get discipline points, which you'll need for learning new abilities for your vocation. It's a system that works pretty well, and it's not that different compared to the first game. The base RPG stats you get from leveling are back, but this time around, I'm pretty sure they are fixed for the vocation. The first game would increase your stats based on the vocation, and when you switch vocations, the stats would remain the same. I'm pretty sure the sequel switches the base stats upon changing the vocation, which means that you don't have to min-max your build that much. You don't have any control over the base stats from leveling up. However, you can greatly impact your stats with the gear that you wear, and each and every vocation has unique items that you can buy or find in the open worlds. I focused on two-handed swords, but warrior can also carry two-handed axes and maces. The fundamentals of the combat.
God damn it! Get the fuck out of my way! God damn it! God damn it!
Definitely felt more clunky, but that's because the sequel tries to be a bit more realistic with animations. The first game had a more arcadey feel when it comes to movement and combat in general. For example, the jump was a lot higher, and your character will do a forward roll when he lands. The sequel nerfed the jump a lot, but the world itself is built around this new realistic approach to movements. It's kinda hard to get used to if you're coming straight from Dragon's Dogma 1, but after a few hours it feels natural. Well, maybe natural is not the best word to use, since the movement can feel really sluggish and janky, especially with the warrior, who is a slower class by default. It takes forever to recover from the big attack, but you get some very nice abilities to offset this, like the shoulder tackle. This ability is certainly influenced by Monster Hunter Greatsword moveset, and I like it even more because of that. I'm pretty sure that other vocations have an easier time with the movement in general, especially the Thief with the double jump or Mage with levitate. But that doesn't change the fact that the movement in the game feels completely different. The combat is usually all about the momentum, at least with the warrior. If you start losing the momentum, or you never had it in the first place, it can be very hard to recover. But once you get it, it's very hard to lose it, and you'll overpower the enemy with little to no issues. How you choose to organize your party of pawns can be crucial in fights. Warrior gets more abilities than in the first game, and most of them are extremely cool to use. You can slam smaller enemies against the walls, or even throw them off cliffs with this ability. Some of the old abilities are back as well. The class fantasy with the warrior with a huge sword is so great in this game without being too flashy or anime-like. Some people won't like that, but it's music to the ears. The sense of impact and the combat feedback in general is amazing.
Did I get his chest plate? No. No, I didn't. There, I want to kill him.
Jumping heavy attacks,
oh, he's
you
dead,
also
he's dead.
slam your
he's
enemies
dead.
in the ground or land the character on the back of a huge monster. The physics engine in the game is one of the reasons why this works so well. Every single ability or movement skill will have a semi-realistic reaction to environment and enemies. For example, I can use the Heaven Sword Sunder, which sends your character in the air with a powerful attack. The way you land after this attack depends on the monster itself and the environment as well. This kind of combat system wouldn't be possible without a great AI behavior. All NPCs are completely aware of their environment all the time, even though the pawns will fall off cliffs sometimes, but still. This is the most impressive when it comes to the huge monsters like Cyclops, Trolls, Dragons and Griffins. But just in general as well, all NPCs have high awareness to what's happening around them. It's one of those things which makes the world feel very much alive. There's hardly anything more immersive than NPCs who are interacting with the environment in a very believable way.
Are you coming, Master? Our path is here.
It's very hard to pull off, but even the first game did a good job with this. The sequel took it to another level. A lot of enemy types from the first game are back, but there is a decent amount of new enemy types to fight. In many other RPGs, I would probably get bored of fighting these 10 enemy types over and over again, but Dragon's Dogma 2 unscripted gameplay and amazing combat system keeps it fun. The majority of RPGs would just stick to heavily scripted boss fights instead of going with a more sandbox approach. I mean, it makes sense because this kind of game design seems very hard to pull off properly. There are just far too many moving parts and a bunch of things can go wrong. However, this also creates some very funny moments which you'll probably remember a long time after you stop playing. Speaking of enemy types, the game adds some unique monsters to fight very late in the game, but I'll have to keep that for the spoiler section. When I got the grasp of my warrior, I enjoyed every second of this combat system. Heaven Ward's Thunder ability, which I mentioned before, is definitely a bit OP. Up to the point where I feel stupid if I'm not using it over and over again against most huge enemies. It can be hard to land sometimes, but if you combine it with the shoulder tackle, it's freaking amazing.
Damn it.
The balancing of the game could be a lot better. If you keep
Yeah,
upgrading your
balance
gear
is a
whenever you
problem
can, you
now.
won't have a lot of troubles against most monsters. There is only one global difficulty in the game, which is usually what I prefer. However, I would like to see a hard mode in future patches because I feel like the game was a bit easy if you're a veteran of Dragon's Dogma 1. That doesn't mean there are no challenging fights in the game. Some of these monsters kicked my ass over and over again. Overall, I'm satisfied with the difficulty, but I would like to see an optional hard mode. And I'm kinda disappointed that the new game plus is not making the enemies tougher. Yeah, there is a new game plus which keeps all of your items and progress. It only resets the story and quest progression. But I would definitely like to see an option to increase the difficulty of the game, especially for the new game plus mode.
A smashing success!
Another big element of Dragon's Dogma gameplay is the ability to climb on big monsters. The sequel took the same concept and improved it in a lot of ways. Like I said before, the physics are really good in general, which also helps the climbing feature as well. It can feel a bit clunky, but it would be unrealistic to expect an extremely smooth climbing on raging monsters who flap their hands around like a gorilla. It's a miracle that climbing mechanics even work in such unscripted fights. There are no quick time events or gimmicky mechanics, which many games would probably have in these kind of situations. You need stamina for climbing monsters, your abilities and running around. But this time around you can even stand on enemies if it makes sense from the physics perspective, which allows you to regenerate your stamina. That's a huge improvement over the first game, and like I said, it makes sense. This might not seem like a huge deal to you, but I find this very impressive. I would gladly accept some jankiness.
Reducing
if
the
core
resolution
system
did
works
work.
good,
It
which
did
does
work.
in this case. But they didn't even mention the best parts. Now you can even
One
use
wonders
your
if I can do that
actual
on other
abilities while
clients.
climbing. Well, not actually while climbing. Like I said, the physics have to make sense, so you need to stand on the master,
drive
which can be
active.
hard sometimes.
Warp drive
This can create some
active.
epic situations, especially with a warrior, if you manage to pull off a big attack on the monster. Overall, I think the combat system deserves all the praise in the world, and I don't see myself getting bored of it anytime soon. The stamina is a bit annoying outside of combat, because I don't see a reason to consume it while just exploring. Although the first game was a lot more annoying when it comes to this. The character progression in the game is very solid, and I did enjoy unlocking and trying out new abilities for the warrior. But like I said before, the balancing is not exactly great, and I didn't feel the need to use a lot of new abilities that I unlock. I think the game needs at least a couple of patches that will balance out the classes, but then again, the first game had some balancing issues as well, which never got resolved. I'm not saying the game should be perfectly balanced. After all, this is a single player RPG, and that could make it really boring actually. There are many different ways to play the game and make it more challenging for you if that's what you prefer. I wanna do a solo playthrough with a warrior, no pawns, just my main character, which will certainly make the game much more challenging.
Not a chance.
The visual progression is very good, and all classes have some very cool looking armors to buy or find. Every time I got a new weapon in the game, it felt like a massive upgrade. Some of the iconic armors and weapons from the first game are also
Getting
in
nice
the sequel,
solid
which is great.
frames now, finally.
The open world exploration
Turning down the
in
resolution
Dragon's
is what I
Dogma
needed
2
to
is
do.
stellar. There are only a handful of open world RPGs where I can
Don't
completely
need it to be
get
pretty, I
lost
need it to
and
work,
immersed.
you know?
Dragon's Dogma 2 is now one of them. To be honest, I didn't expect the sequel to improve this aspect of the game as much as it did, simply because the first game was okay at best when it comes to open world exploration. You're free to explore the world as soon as you finish the beginning segment, which is pretty short. The game does a great job with the introduction area and quests, which teaches you everything you need to know. Dragon's Dogma 2 has an impressive open world with very fun vertical exploration. This is something that the first game lacked. The open world in Dragon's Dogma had verticality and some cool areas to explore, but it was nothing amazing or special. To say that the sequel improved this aspect of the game would be a huge understatement. I am truly impressed with the exploration and the open world in this game. You will definitely miss things in your first playthrough, even if you focus on exploring everything you can. This open world is supposed to be 4 times bigger than the first game, but more importantly, it's 10 times more fun to explore. There are a handful of different looking biomes to explore, so the visual variety is not exactly amazing. But the map feels very realistic, while still having that great light fantasy vibe.
Words worth hearing.
Exploration is much more rewarding in the sequel. You'll find regular chests with useful items and unique chests that will always drop pieces of equipment. The way of getting to these chests is sometimes even more fun than looting them. And that speaks volume to the quality of exploration
solid frames.
itself
I think I
and
might
the
have
map
found my way
design.
through the problem.
I was also very impressed with the dungeon design. You'll find a lot of simple dungeons with just 1 or 2 pets to take, but they're always worth exploring. Then we have bigger dungeons with multiple paths to take and secret passages. Once again, how you get to some of these dungeons can be more fun than exploring the dungeon itself. I know it's a weird thing to say, but it makes perfect sense when you start playing the game. There were a lot of times when I thought I'm not going anywhere and I'm not supposed to be here at all, only to find out something interesting to explore. Capcom somehow managed to make these locations believable. They don't feel gamey or unrealistic like in many other RPGs, where the whole purpose of the dungeon is to be explored by the player. We can say the same thing about open areas as well. Having multiple ways to enter or exit a dungeon helps a lot with this design philosophy. The lack of loading screens also keeps the exploration way more immersive. Come to think of it, these locations are more like actual caves rather than dungeons. The open areas are even more impressive. There are only a few areas which are actually locked behind the main story progression, so you don't have major limits to exploration. When the night falls, it's almost like you're playing a completely different game. It's very dark and you won't be able to see much without a lantern. This is nothing new because the first game had the same feature as well, but it's even bigger this time around. You have to rest at the camp or at the inn because your max HP is constantly reducing. To be honest, I thought this mechanic is going to be a lot more tedious than it actually is. It's a minor inconvenience, but it makes sense in this open world with limited fast travel. Speaking of which, people try to make a connection with microtransactions and fast travel, which is totally brain dead if you ask me, and everyone who played the game will say the same. Again, I wish those stupid microtransactions wouldn't exist, but they definitely don't affect the fast travel in any shape or form. Items you need for fast traveling are expensive, but I never even bought one of them in the game, because I always had at least a couple of them by just exploring and doing quests. Not to mention that the endgame allows you to farm these items like crazy. You'll have over 20 fairy stones by just looting chests and killing monsters. If you like open world games with great exploration, you won't even want to use the fast travel. Unless you sometimes want to quickly jump into the city to turn in the quest or buy some new gear, upgrade the gear or rest. The backtracking in the first game was way more tedious, and I used fast travel a lot more in that game, even though the map was much smaller, so take that as you will.
Words worth hearing.
The last thing regarding exploration that I want to mention is the ability to enter houses and buildings. Populated places have a lot of buildings and houses that you can seamlessly enter and rob these people blind. However, there is a crime system, kinda. It's very basic and somewhat inconsistent, but you can get arrested. This open world would not be that impressive if not for the gameplay features like AI system and combat. The pawn system is back and it's much improved. You get to customize your main pawn, which is by your side all the time, and you can rent 2 other pawns from the rifts. The pawns that you rent are pawns from other players, which was a cool feature in 2012, and it's still cool today because it's still unique. You can even trade items with other players through the system if you want. There is a new feature which allows you to set up a quest for the pawn.
Oh, I'm
and if other
dead for
players
some
complete
reason.
it, you both get
He cast
rewarded.
freeze for
I said it before, and I'll say it
673
again, the pawn system in
and
general
340.
is almost
Oh
like a
my god,
genre-defining
whatever.
feature, but it seems
I'm
very
getting
hard
money,
to
and
pull
that's what
off,
I'm here
so
for.
I doubt
I
anyone
don't
else
care.
will try to replicate it. The AI in this
Breaking
game
even.
is simply brilliant.
But I'm making money.
It can also be very goofy,
Definitely.
but that's what makes some of the situations
Definitely
very
making money
memorable.
each time.
The unpredictable nature of the pawn AI can be hilarious sometimes, but also very helpful. It's very easy to make memes on the expense of the system, but people can also take it for granted because of it. It's a brilliant AI system with insane depth. It's not just about the pawns. All NPCs have an amazing AI system, which is not a sentence I use a lot when it comes to most open world RPGs. In fact, most RPGs have a very simplistic AI behavior, especially in combat. So this feature in Dragon's Dogma deserves all the praise. Another thing I want to mention that's related to gameplay and the story, in a way, is the ability to resurrect dead enemies. There is a morgue in every major city in the game, and you can find some NPCs that died recently there. But it's not just about the morgue. If you have the wake stones, you can resurrect pretty much any NPC on site.
Wow.
I was really surprised
Why
that
do
I
we need
could
this?
even use it on some important characters from the main story. Their reaction is sometimes very interesting, and the game just adapts seamlessly to this. Speaking of quests, you'll have some more decisions to make, which actually affects the outcome. The quests are usually very simple, but that doesn't mean they're not fun to do, simply because the gameplay itself is very fun. I like how the game won't overwhelm you with the number of quests you have to take, although this has to do more with how the quests are presented in the menu. You won't always know what exactly you need to do for a quest, and when you have some quest markers, they are usually very vague. This only further encourages exploration and looking around, trying to figure out what to do next, but it can also be annoying sometimes when you run in circles. Now let's talk a little bit about the visuals and the performance before we move on to the spoiler section.
Oh well.
I think this game looks absolutely amazing in general, but unfortunately we still have a lot of performance issues on many PCs, not to mention the consoles. I received a PS5 review key one day before the game came out, and my plan was to do a full playthrough on the console. However, I found the performance on the PS5 terrible and almost unplayable for me, to be honest. And I'm not someone who can't play 30 FPS games, which by the way is totally embarrassing for a new PS5 game. There were a lot of situations where I felt like the game
Finally
falls
mentioned the
below 30
performance, huh?
FPS, especially in cities. The variable FPS rate creates a very bad gameplay experience on PS5, so I just waited another day and bought the game on PC. That didn't entirely fix all the issues, although my game managed to run very well 80% of the time. The cities are the biggest problem because the game is very heavy on the CPU. I'm not surprised at all because we already talked about the complexity of the AI, but that's not an excuse for terrible performance. The character models look very good, although their facial animations are very basic, but who cares? The environments look amazing, there's not much to add to that discussion. Then we have the sound design, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's very freaking good. From impactful sound effects for weapons and spells, to a great soundtrack that knows exactly when to play to boost your experience in combat. The voice acting is good, but nothing special, although there are some examples of very good voice acting.
'Tis a god's swear. Well, to be precise, the crystalline substance from which 'tis made.
Now let's talk a little bit about the spoilers,
What?
mainly for the gameplay. I'll give you some time to skip this section and
What?
go right to the conclusion if you wish.
Ah! Ah!
You still there? Good. Now, the story really ends on a high note, with a great cutscene and optional battle with Gligori, the same dragon from the first game. He kinda pops out of nowhere, but it was to be expected if you know a little bit about the first game. The battle itself is nothing special, unfortunately, but only when you roll the credits, that's when the post-game begins.
Wasted that shot.
A large part of the map gets destroyed by
Oops.
cataclysmic events, and there are new monsters to fight. Most of these fights are a lot more challenging compared to the base game, which was refreshing to see. It's a very similar concept to the first game, but it feels more open-ended and better in general. Even the old areas seem to get some stronger monsters from the base game, while the quote-unquote new area has some unique NPCs that you never fought before. The
Why won't you do any
Horseman is such a
damage?
cool
Please get on
NPC,
him.
But very annoying to fight as a warrior. You can farm the rarest materials and items in the post-game a lot easier than before. Not to mention that you also get the most powerful gear from the enemies you kill. I think I read somewhere that the post-game time is limited, but I finished my playthrough by closing the
Why won't I do any damage to him?
Now let's go back to the regular discussion.
My drone's zipping on you.
Review. It would be a crime if Capcom doesn't have a big expansion for this game, or at least something similar to Bitter Black Isle DLC like in the first game. Bitter Black Isle was almost like you're playing another game, because it has its own set of rules which are different from the main game. I really hope we get something similar, but I have a feeling we're going to see something much bigger than that. To conclude my review, Dragon's Dogma 2 is almost everything I wanted to see from the sequel. I mean, sure, it has some shortcomings and problems, and I try my best to talk about them in this review. But overall, I think the sequel is so much fun, and I can't remember the last time I played a new game and just forgot about the time in general. It's immersive, fun, and unpredictable, and I would highly recommend it to all action RPG fans.
The capacitor is empty.
If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to the channel would mean a lot. And if you want to go a bit further than that, becoming a channel member or a Patreon would mean a lot. Many thanks to all of my current supporters, and I'll see you in the next one.
Actually, Tadaki's not that bad.
This metagaming nightmare trying to keep everyone happy, with constant trial and error saves coming to figure out how any given character would react in any given situation, and constantly feeling flustered by things not making any kind of logical sense. Now obviously people aren't logically consistent in real life, and context matters when it comes to how people handle similar but different situations, but in the case of Elix 2, it doesn't feel like a realistic depiction of character flaws or complex social situations, but instead just feels like bad game design. The one bit of praise I can give to the destruction meter is that it's nice how gameplay actions will actually affect your destruction level, like how killing innocent creatures or starting fights, and even killing people will increase your destruction level, when the cold system was only ever affected during dialogue, with things like murdering people in cold blood just to steal their possessions not being reflected in your karma meter in Elix 1. That's a minor thing though, and isn't nearly enough to make up for how disappointing the destruction system and other role-playing systems are overall. Piranha Bytes games have always had a strong emphasis on a zero-to-hero progression curve that makes the early...
Nope.
You've been examined.
Nice thing about two Tristans is if you get robbed by CCP, doesn't matter. It was 25 mil. Who cares? Except where am I? I haven't died in a while. Where am I? Oh, I'm in Jita, huh? Ugh. Alright. Well, cool. Kind of. I guess I'll get in a shuttle and, or no, I guess, yeah, I'm in the wrong side of Jita. Yeah. I guess I should set my home point out there, huh? Yeah, that's alright. We'll go, or no, what I'll do is I'll clone jump. And we're good. Session's over. It got toxic. I dumped 10 drones on a fool and got 0 damage. Don't know why. I damn near killed a Caldari Hookbill tonight, earlier, but I couldn't do any damage on that one, and it was garbage, and it was toxic, and I'm just going to get off the game, I guess. I have never had a toxic experience with EVE before. This is the most fail I've ever seen EVE fucking be. So, I don't know, but anyways, yeah, we're going to jump. Nice. Yeah, cool. We get a fast ride back out. Who cares if I die? I don't care about that. It was a great faction warfare thing and the fight itself was fine. I wanted to say, good fight. 10 drones will not get on you. 0 damage. I told them while it was happening. I don't know why CCP was garbage today. I don't know. 2 sets of drones, 0damage.com. I've never seen anything that mortifyingly goddamn embarrassing in a long fucking time. And it always happens to me. You see it? Their glitches always happen to me. It's so fucking stupid. I've had 2 fights tonight, no problem. Put damage in him, damn near killed him. He had to run from me. This guy took 0 damage in, I don't know, 3 minutes? And I had 2 sets of drones on him. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Piece of shit garbage experience from the piece of shit garbage games now. I've come to expect this garbage experience from every game that I play. You know, it doesn't matter what game it is. They're always like thumbing their nose in your face and showing you some piece of shit garbage experience like this. I don't know. I haven't seen EVE ever act like that before, though. That was a letdown, frankly. I don't know what that was. I have gotten in, what? You've seen me on stream in the last 2 months. I've gotten in 25, 30 faction warfare fights. No problem. I even won half of them. But that was a piece of shit fight that felt like it was invalidated and ruined by the server. I don't know. That guy, like, you know, if I could do any damage, I would have won. While I was talking to him. You know. I don't know what the fuck that was. Piece of shit embarrassing CCP fucking fuck all error. Piece of shit server CCP error. Now, I've never in my life sick drones in this game and never got damaged before. That was a new form of fail I haven't seen out of CCP before. You know, so whatever that was, I told them about it. I left a thumbs down and said that was the worst experience on stream I've had with a game in a long, long time. What the fuck was that, man? That was some goddamn horse shit. Whatever that was. I don't care about the fight. I'm talking about not being able to do the damage. I don't give a shit if I only scratch the guy. I need to see the damage. I need to accept that the drone, I need to show that the drones, I mean, I'm going to publish this tonight, and it's going to embarrass CCP. I mean, I don't like it. I shouldn't like it. That guy shouldn't like it either. He was trolling or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. He should be embarrassed by it too. I would have let me live. I would have been like, why aren't you doing any damage? Because, dude, the server's fucked and I can't get the drones to target you. They will not. They're just sitting there. I've been spamming my drone fire button for so long now. I don't know. I don't know. On both accounts, they just wouldn't damage him. And so I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that was. It was an embarrassment. I'm gonna publish it tonight. It'll only serve to embarrass CCP to the other people who watch the other games on this stream, and they'll see what happens. They'll see what to expect in EVE, I guess. It is really disgusting. I can't believe that just happened. Whatever. But I mean, hey, I'm expecting this out of every game that I play now, and I get it too. I've come to expect it. I've come to expect massive fucking failure, like massive fucking failure. You know. It's just part of the norm now. It's just who these companies are now, I guess. Whatever that was, you know. I was having a great fun old time. Even pulled like 85,000 LP or something like that. But I mean, the minute that I got a real fight, immediately it was a garbage piece of shit experience that I did not enjoy. And that's weird because the last 25 or 30 fights were good experiences that I enjoyed. I got a whole scroll of list of faction warfare fights all throughout this shit, you know. Oh, he sent a mail. Yeah. Yeah. Hobbs are kind of slow. Outrunning them? What the fuck are you talking about? No. The drones did not get on you. They didn't move. I have the match. I have it I'm going to publish it tonight. Watch it on my fucking channel. You're dumb. The drones did not move the entire fight. They sat there. All 10 of them. That's why they're all bunched up in a small little fucking little clump and shit. They didn't move. They were glitched. Get a clue. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to respond to him. It'll just be toxic. Get a clue.
Extremely difficult in order to make the player feel challenged while...
Why did you autoload? Like, I'm sorry, but this made CCP look so bad. This had nothing to do with outrunning the fucking drones, you know what I'm saying? Hobbs aren't that slow. Especially with max drone skills. I have killed the last 5 goddamn whatever he was in. I forget the name. I've killed 5 Caldari hook bills in the last month and a half. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Those drones were glitched. You can go and have your little fantasy that the drones can't track somebody moving at whatever the fuck we were moving at. It wasn't that fast. You know what I'm saying? It was not that fast. Like, I don't know. Whatever. Outrun my drones. When you got in close to hit me and kill me, you weren't moving fast enough to dodge the drones. The drones were just sitting there doing nothing. They sat there the entire match. I watched them. I was like, the drones aren't moving. Like, fucking, I'll publish it tonight or whatever. Like, I know what happened. Whatever, don't question me. Those drones sat there, dude. I've never had a problem hitting Caldari hookbill. You would have had to been going 5,500 or something like that. I easily had you tackled moving at fucking 1,800 to 3, something like that. You were not moving fast enough to dodge the fucking drones. The game glitched out and it was embarrassing. My first set of drones did get on, but you killed me in that time. Like, whatever. The drones did not, like, whatever. Caldari Navy hookbill. Where's the other one and where's this horn? Oh my god, where's the other one? Yep. Ah. There, I got it. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I liked that, but I mean, I did not the guy did not outrun 2 sets of fucking drones. I sat still the entire fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I sat still the entire fight until I orbited him at the end when my first character was already dead. Like, there was a long period there where the drones easily could have got on and they just sat there. They weren't moving at all. During the entire fight, they didn't move. They didn't move the entire fight. Like, I watched, my drone sat there and did not move. I have killed many Caldari Navy hookbills with this Tristan combination. No fucking problem. I had a glitch this time. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Whatever. You can be delusional about what you just saw, but it doesn't change the fact about what the reality was. The drone sat there for 3 minutes and didn't move. It's not that they didn't chase you and didn't catch you. They sat there and didn't move. Toxic as hell. Like, the experience is toxic, not the fight. Or the player. Player was not toxic, actually. Good fight, buddy. Oh, I opened ticket. I could argue with him to start a fight. But it's a boomer. He's looking for it. I'm not going to. I'm better than that. I want to believe your delusional eyes, then. Talk shit in my channel, but not in the game. Let's see. But it was good for faction warfare overall. We pulled like 75,000 LP. It was good. It was a good deal. I cleared, I think, what was it? Was it like 6? I think I cleared 6. It was a good experience. Till I didn't get to shoot him at the end. It was just happening in more and more games that I play. For instance, Fortnite sometimes, when you alt-tab back, the gun won't fire. It just straight up will not fire. It will be like click, 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 click. And you're like, what the fuck? I just fired that guy at his head. You know? Come on. Like Fortnite's got issues with that like that now. It's netcode. Something about netcode, I think. I don't know what it is. Looking for because I honestly I've never blamed this is a first time for me. I've never seen the drones just sit there and do nothing before. I've never had that in my whole life. I'm not complaining about something that happened before. This has never happened to me. What just happened to me? That's never happened to me. I'm like, look at the drones sit there and do nothing. I kept sicking them on them. I was like pull back, sick, pull back, sick, and they sat there and did nothing. They wouldn't return to the bay. They wouldn't do anything at all. You're delusional, dude. Okay, I have my fucking drone keys sit on mouse 4 and mouse 5. When the drones like lock solid and stop moving, I started hammering mouse 5, mouse 4, mouse 5, which is return to bay and attack you. And I couldn't get shit either. I couldn't get shit response from the fucking drones. You can't see it from your side. I can. I saw it from my side, and I'm gonna publish it tonight if you don't fucking believe me. It's going on the channel. It's an EvE fuck up. It sucks, and I'm gonna publish it. It sucks. It sucks, but it's true. It's what actually fucking happened. Let's see. I'm not one to blame. Fucking like that one was netcode. That was not fucking like I'm not. This is not a common thing that happens to me. I've never seen it before. Whatever just happened to me was ridiculous. I couldn't even get the drones to return to bay. I mean, come on, man. Like I'm not like, you know. Why did you think I was in the chat saying I can't get my drones to do anything at all? I can't get my drones to attack or do anything at all. You know what I'm saying? Which is great on a drone ship, because then the damage is 0. Congrats on the 2 fight. It was a good fight. I wish I had been able to do 1 damage. I really wish. But we weren't moving, remember? Not for a bit. When I fucking put the tackle on you, you moved. But your drones have been on you for a long time at that point. 90 seconds, 0 damage. That's not how drone ships work. Now, and guys, isn't it funny? He was, by the way, the second Caldari Navy hook build tonight, right? Didn't I take the first one to structure, didn't I? And he was running 4,300, and I took him to structure. So don't believe this bullshit that this guy tried to misdirect or whatever the fuck. It was an actual netcode error. Don't believe it. Don't believe the bullshit. Remember, that guy was running from me 4,600 MS, and he outran me, but I still took him to structure. Dude, this shit about 0 damage, that's a netcode thing. And this delusional person, whatever, they can go, they didn't see it from my end. They don't know. I've never made a claim like this in my life. Not one. This is the first time I've been, especially in EvE. I've never just straight up like sent a pet class or something and got nothing at all. I've never seen that in any game before. Almost always the pet attacks. That was the first time I've not seen anything like that. The drones sat there in space and did nothing. in a clump. And I don't know, man. Sorry, I'm going to publish it. You can watch it tomorrow. If you don't believe me, you can go back and go and look at it. Like, you don't believe me, go write it back and go fucking look at it then. You don't believe me, go ahead. That's what happened. I had a fucking Caldari Navy hookbill on me. Like 2 of them tonight. And I damn near wrecked the first one. You know what I'm saying? He had a straight run. I took him to structure. Right on stream, I'm going to publish both fights. And you can fucking compare them and tell me that my drones can't catch a fucking target. Especially with max fucking drone skills. Shall we reflect on that? You know? Like, straight up, man. Like, let's go to drones here. And, like, I'm just going to say, like, you're not messing around with, like, the average dude in faction warfare. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm playing on my main. And like, yeah, a max drone skills. Do you see it? Most of the list is maxed. The only thing that isn't is fighters and salvage drones and shit. I maxed everything. Talking about those drones can't catch you after I damn near wrecked the first Caldari hookbill running for his life. And I'll be like, sure, yeah, you outran my drones. Yeah. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, I saw what happened. And then I'm going to publish it and we'll reflect on it on stream tomorrow. I'll go back and I'll pull it. I mean, I'll pull this on stream and I'll use it for content tomorrow. I'm not a liar. I'm not trying to blame CCP on this one. This was netcode. It was something really bad. So this happened, yeah, at about 10 hours in, I'm gonna remember, guys. Remember tomorrow. I'm gonna go into my videos tomorrow. I'm gonna go 10 hours in, and we're gonna take a look at this fight again because I'm not going back right now. You know what I'm saying? And we'll take a look as I'm recording. You know what I'm saying? When the recording is done, we will go back tomorrow and we will reflect upon how these drones sat there and did nothing for 3 solid minutes. They didn't move at all. They wouldn't return to bay. They wouldn't do anything at all. So. There was this point where I was hammering my buttons. Then I just gave up when nothing happened and started typing to you because there was no point in playing the fight. You know what I'm saying? I kept hammering, trying to get my drones to return to bay so I could leave because as you recall, you dropped the tackle and I was trying to leave, but the drones wouldn't even return to bay. You know what I'm saying? So, don't know what we just saw there, but it's some freak occurrence. And we'll publish it and we'll show it tomorrow. I could give a shit about the fight. I've lost just tonight. I've lost a whole set. That is the second set of Tristans. I had no issues at all for the last like 2 years. I've not ever had an issue in Faction War before. This is the first time. Never had an issue with that before. Not once. I mean, think about it. Do people normally just stop mid-fight and say, I can't hit you? My drones are not working? Does that happen to you often, or? Because it's not happened to me ever. Not till tonight. Great one shot. Nice. I gotta learn not to loot. They just fuck you in the ass. I'm so sorry I tried to loot your fucking looter shooter game. I'm so sorry. Great design. Did I lose the horn? Yeah, I got distracted and lost the horn, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I lost the horn. Well, that's okay. I used a lot of ammo up, and it's not really what I wanted to do. Where'd he go? Okay, anyways, it was a good experience in anyways. I like that. I would have liked to actually done 1 point of damage to the guy. If he outsped me, then he outsped me. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that I couldn't get the drones to return to bay even. Is what I'm saying. That is the actual truth. I mean... There was this point where I gave up. Remember, I started typing. That was long after I hammered my drones to return to bay like 16 times. You know, I was just trying to leave at that point. It wouldn't even let me do that. That's the God's honest truth. You'll see it tomorrow. I'll see it tomorrow. The people watching the stream will see it tomorrow. Seven fucking damage. So dumb. Wait, that's my mom. Oh my god. I can't tell mine from theirs. It's so annoying. Ah, I missed him. I couldn't see. Should have killed you, bitch. Do you see how I stuck the arrow in his eye? Should have killed you. See, jank-ass games, being jank-ass. It just all the time now. I've come to expect it. Apparently from EvE too. I mean, I don't know. I was like, I can't even get the drones to return to bay. Like, I don't know. Oh well, this is why I go to faction warfare and, you know, ships were 25 mil. Because who cares? I made far more than that. Why did you cast on me? You are so much lower level than me. God damn it. You are literally, god damn, 18 levels lower than me. Why are you attacking me? I killed him. Ah! Now. I like the robots. I love the robots, I do. I like them. Where'd the other one go? Did he run? I need his horn. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, you don't like me, huh? I don't like you either. Right side. Oh, I can't believe that missed. That did not miss. Wow. 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 That shot was perfect. What the fuck, man? Wow. What was that? What was that? Gotta learn to just teleport when I'm done and not die. Oops. Yeah. It just, yep, and just leave. Now I've got to upgrade at the workbench, which is like way over here. There we go. Gotta love it when the games don't respond. What the fuck was that? I mean, maybe he ran them. I'm not saying that's not out of the realm of possibility. I'm open-minded to it, but they also wouldn't return to Bay or do anything at all. So I don't know. I guess he must have outran him. I'll give him. I'm gonna say that the most likely solution is the one that he suggested, and say that maybe he outran the drones, but don't know. The other guy didn't outrun my drones, and he was in the same ship with the same going 4,600 and bragging about it too, and he didn't really outrun the drones. So I don't know. Maybe I just caught that guy running the wrong way. Maybe. I'm going to take this pilot's. Okay, I accept your appraisal of the situation. Good cutting, you know. I accept your appraisal of it, but I don't think so. Didn't really feel right. It was annoying because he targeted me at the exact time when a fucking an NPC was gonna target me, and I didn't even tab over right away, which is fine. I should put ECM drones in Tristan, the second Tristan. How much is 100,000 LP or whatever it is? 75,000. What's that worth? It's hard to calculate, and I don't like that. They should just pay you out in ISK, like straight up ISK. You know. But they never do that. I'm going to the workbench. Okay, I guess the first one we're going 4600. It did not run the drones, but the second one did. It's consistent. I'm just telling you what I saw. I hate getting in arguments with these people. I'm just telling you what I saw. I don't know what happened. It didn't feel right. The last 30 fights did, but not that one. Pouch upgrades are going for weapon upgrades. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I came here to do that one. Yeah, this one. There we go. Yeah, that's what I came to do. Yep. Sweet. There, this thing has an empty coil slot now, so we'll go back and we'll go out, and we will finally put a coil slot on a weapon. Edit coils for Swift Warrior, is that right? Swift Warrior, yeah. Coils in the inventory. Knockdown damage, fit to increases damage against knockdown enemies. Overdraw damage, increases damage when using overdraw with a weapon, but I don't have that on this weapon. Terror damage, increases terror damage to armor resource components and weak spots. Yeah, I guess I'll take that. Yeah, alright. And yeah, the Swift Warrior bow. Yep, that's right. Yep, enhanced weapons with coils. Good. Now, let's go test the performance in the desert now. Try to do that one Death Store run, yeah. See if it's a little bit easier now. Oh, you know what I didn't do is look at... Oh, yeah, I haven't made any progress. So I guess I should actually take a look at quests in terms of level. Yeah, I guess Death Store is the only other one. Oh, Tripwire Pouch. Gather the resources needed to upgrade this item. Wait, that's the main? No, main is Death Store. But active is the Tripwire Pouch. Yeah, metal shards and a rabbit hide. Northern Desert Foothills. Okay. Errands, the enduring is too high, so I guess, yeah, it means Death Store is the next thing, I guess, yeah. So we'll go down and switch up here. Travel. Yep. Okay, let's keep moving. Yeah, performance is better. You can see it. Yeah, performance is better. Yeah, 109. Like, performance is better. Turning down the resolution really helped. Yeah, that's good. Look, it looks all good and everything. I wonder if I can bump the graphics now, actually, and still maintain this frame rate. But I don't know. So let's see. Let's see if it lets me. I don't think it will, though. Let's relog and let's see if it lets me. I think I've got to relog now. We're going to quit and go. I'd really like to get high graphics if I could, because it's like, it looks all blurry and shitty without it. And the terrain needs to look good, yeah. So, there we go. Gonna load another video here. This was a great EVE session, actually. I made a lot of money. I think a lot more than I lost, definitely. And it was really fun. I wish it hadn't had such a negative ending, but other than that, it was good. You know, I really enjoyed it. It was a good bit of faction warfare for about 5 hours, something like that. Pretty fun. So now we're back out again. Let's go see. The server goes down in 15 minutes, I think. Yeah, cluster shutdown in, yep, at 11, yep. So server's going down. there's nothing I can do really on this account, so I'm going to log her. I will gamble on my main, but I'm going to switch back to... Oh, I need to make sure that my booster is in... Let's see. Booster. Augmentations. Nope, I don't have a booster in, which is weird because... Yeah, mine must have worn off, huh? I think I have... wait, why is all... Oh, that's my Gila. Yeah, my Gila has stuff, yeah. Yeah, shit, I'll take the Gila over there. I don't know why it's sitting here. Screw it. Oh, yeah, I love you, Gila. You're so pretty. Undock while at war. No, I don't believe I will do that. So we'll go down here to Factional Warfare. We'll retire for the evening. Come back to this tomorrow. Retire from the Amar Empire, yes. I wonder if I should go Mimitar next time. Why not? And just get LP with everybody. Who the fuck cares? And then I'll just balance my faction standings that way or whatever. I don't know. I don't think you can gain faction standing from doing faction warfare, which is a really bad fuck up. I think you should be able to, like, every time you kill one of those Fed Navy things, there should be a significant amount of faction rep, in my opinion. That's just me. Undock. So that, like, if you sit there and kill a whole bunch of Mimitar things, you get Galente rep, right? And so you should be able to do faction warfare to fix your rep as a pirate. Because that's how it is in real life. If you go fight in the army and you're like a criminal, sometimes they'll give you clemency. If you're like, hey, could I join the army instead of going to jail? They might actually let you do that. Be like, yeah, like, you know. Dash Zapfod Arrowwear. That's a good name. How's that? So we are going to get out of this. Why didn't my drones attack? Why wouldn't they even come back? You know, so I could leave. He dropped the tackle on me. I tried to pull them back, and I was like, I can't get shit here. I'm just going to fight then. Let him kill me. Invalidated. Fight was invalidated. God damn it. I know, because I've not had that before. I never had an invalidated fight before. Maybe he outran the drones. I'm of the mind to believe it now. It must have been that, because I don't really think it would have been the server. Anyways, going home. Going over to Susan's house.
Warp drive active.
Come to another video. Dragon's Dogma 2.
Oh, wait, no, I finished this video. I'm sorry, we're gonna go back. It's over, huh? Annie Jacobson on Lex Friedman would be good. The year's most anticipated open world survival experience is here. Nightingale.
Docking request accepted.
Yeah, Dark Alliance was good, but it was half made. Dragon's Dogma 2, a critical review from Mug Thief. How many clicks does it take to the center of Diablo? I don't know. Exploring free versus $100 dead games. That might be funny. Let's watch that. Rye Games.
Dead Games are some
I've never heard of it. Oh no, I have watched this guy before, but yeah. Rye Games. I think I've heard of him before. Yeah, I remember now. So here we go. We're going to listen to Rye Games tell us why exploring free versus $100 dead games is good.
Loneliest places on the entire internet, and in the past half a year I've found some of the kindest legends ever inside of these lobbies. Someone healing me? Oh. Holy shit.
What the hell?
I'm literally 1 health.
I'm 1 health. Nope, not anymore.
I think the server's dying.
I think so.
Today, I wanted to meet
that was
even
a
more,
bad hit.
so I've spent over $300 on dead games ranging from a year old to 20 years old, that all have one thing in common: a very small or even non-existent community. Since its release in 2006, Assault Cube has remained pretty true to its roots, and you can really tell that by the UI. Instead of being presented with a main menu like any regular game, I was put in my own single player lobby where I could open the menu and select a server while exploring any map I wanted to.
The server I initially joined had 10 players, which was pretty much everyone online at the time. The game mode was Capture the Flag, and the map was AC Casa, and I don't know if it was just this map, but spawn camping was pretty effective. So I glued myself to the floor above their spawn and peeked my little head over every time I heard a fella take a step, which eventually got me killed. I got 21 frags and 16 deaths in this first game, but when I opened the scoreboard, I noticed something a little strange.
Everyone has bad ping. 417? That's not normally. 752. His ping's so shit they've given him a special color.
Ping is perceived a little differently in Assault Cube. I checked the wiki after this and found out that 500 is generally considered okay ping.
What?
And anything above that is then generally considered slightly laggy. For no reason at all though, almost everybody left the second game to go to a different server. So I hopped around different lobbies exploring various old looking maps before I stumbled across this 2-player server. Initially I had no idea what these guys were doing, but I assumed it was some kind of parkour jump. I just looked at what they were doing and copied them, but that obviously didn't go great, so I watched a tutorial which explained how this all worked. Assault Cube has this mechanic called rifle jump, where shooting at the exact same time as jumping boosts you higher, which was the entire point of this map. There's a lot of videos on YouTube of people performing some worryingly incredible jumps using this mechanic, and after watching a few, I managed to somehow do it myself.
Okay, let's do it at the same time.
Oh! Oh! I'm pretty sure this jump isn't too challenging. This is just a case where I actually make it look harder than it really is. Later on I found 2 fellas just 1v1ing in their own server.
They're 1v1ing, I don't wanna impede on that.
And that's the last thing I did before hopping off. The next day I came back to a server with just a few people. We played Capture the Flag on this one map for a good 30 minutes, and even though it was a 2v1 most of the time, I don't think you can really count me as a whole player. In 2024, Assault Cube is still in development, and you can see everyone who helped contribute to the game on their website. There's a huge
Dear
list
God,
of both active and retired developers
Why?
who all help make Assault Cube what it is today, and are also the reason why this free game still lives on over 18 years after its
Damn it, I have to
initial
go buy a
release. But possibly one
master.
of the most important people behind Assault Cube is someone called X-Ray_Dog. X-Ray Dog is the host for all things Assault Cube and manages the payments and upkeep, and also accepts donations for the upkeep. I tried getting in contact with him to ask some things, but I was unsuccessful. So instead, thanks to today's sponsor, I managed to donate $300 in the hopes that Assault Cube can live on for even longer. Quick update, it's now the 29th of March and he did end up seeing my message after I donated, so success. Today's video is kindly sponsored by the most thrilling free-to-play game on Earth, World of Tanks. This game is limitless when it comes to what you can do, and with over 600 different tanks to choose from, each fight is always unique. I love seeing how
You mean
different
very,
tanks
very,
look.
very limited, for it is just tanks. And only tank things. As in, yeah, like, I guess, I mean, yeah, you can turn a tank into whatever, I guess, yeah.
With all the endless customization
Why?
and upgrades you're given, like camos, personal numbers, and even emblems, so you can match your interesting designs with your friends. They've
Why?
also recently collabed with none other than Ninja Turtles to introduce a bunch of new styles and items in their battle pass. As for game modes, World of Tanks
What do
has
Ninja
something...
Turtles have to do with World of Tanks? Oh no. I mean, what do Ninja Turtles have to do with Fortnite? I mean, I guess, I don't know. I guess that IP is just up for sale before it dies. Why not? I think that was one guy, if I recall, and he just had his finger on the pulse of the 80s or whatever. And that one guy who did that one comic, he like built an entire Terminator type franchise off of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It ended up being like more money than maybe Terminator. It's kind of crazy because there was only a few Terminator movies, but there was a lot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies and a lot of comic books and a lot of all that merchandising and all that stuff. And that guy, he must be richer than God. He's up there with the Harry Potter lady probably in terms of IPs. I guess if whatever floats your boat. I don't think I could ever do that. I just don't think I could do that with my life, but whatever, you know.
for everyone. So regardless of whether you prefer to go in as a lone wolf or as a clan, you'll find one that suits you. Download World of Tanks today for free using my link below. And remember, if you haven't tried World of Tanks before, use the invite code COMBAT to receive 250k credits, 7 days of premium access, and the Cromwell B Tier 6 tank, along with
Cromwell
free
B!
rental tanks. And if you're an older player that hasn't played for over 1 month, you can get yourself 3 days of free premium access,
Autopilot
a 7-day
engaged.
rental of the premium Centurion MK51 tank, and even more.
Castle Miner Z. I remember that.
I think a lot of people would agree that
I remember
the
that
Xbox
game.
360 had some of the
Yeah.
most charming games ever.
It
And
did.
last week I played one called Murder Miners, which costed me just $3. Today I
Costed
finally
you?
rebought Castle Miner Z for $6 after over a decade of not playing it. I remember pretty vividly one of the only times I opened this game back on my Xbox. I joined some friends who had built a huge spire of stone in the middle of nowhere. And after 10 minutes I closed the game because my
Approaching
10-year-old
Stargate.
self was shit scared. Thankfully, when I loaded the game up, I saw a public game with 2 guys and joined them instead of going solo.
Okay, I can join this one. 2 people. You have been kicked by the host of the session. Okay.
The first time I joined, one of the people in game called Brutal instantly kicked me, so I just tried again.
Yeah, they
I
do
am
this.
Gonna join again.
I'm gonna join again.
I think he misclicked.
Yep. Please let me
Come on,
play.
please. Oh, Brutal, you f***ing legend.
I somehow convinced these absolute legends to let me tag along with them, and I did exactly
Moving to Stargate.
I am afraid.
Warp
Warlock,
drive active.
brother, me too. This is kind of wholesome, man. He actually agreed to not kick me. And I know he really f***ing wanted to.
I
He
mined
really
any
wanted to.
coal that I saw for them, and every now and then dropped Warlock everything I had found. In return, he dropped me a shotgun and later a copper pickaxe.
Take this, Rye. Okay. Oh, is this like a copper pickaxe? Oh, it is. Dude.
As you could tell, I didn't have a clue what was going on half the time, and having a dragon rip open the cave we were in didn't help me much. Brutal and Warlock had a lot more courage than I did, and when they left the cave to explore the surface, I reluctantly followed.
Something tells me this ain't a great idea. I don't know. Maybe it's the incessant screeching from hell? I just got hit.
What was that? It was like a
Please
meteor
let
or
me
something
back in the hole,
crazy.
fellas. Please let me back in the hole.
Approaching Stargate.
Please let me back in.
There were a few people who joined roughly halfway through. One of them was called Bamgam, and he asked us if we used to play Castle Miner Z on the Xbox, and as I thought, Warlock said yes. And that is the majority of Castle Miner Z's modern day player base. People returning to check it out after possibly over a decade of not playing it. These 2 guys though that I just met, they really were f***ing legends.
Autopilot
Whenever I
jumping.
ran out of ammo, Warlock was instantly ready to help me out because I had no idea how to craft it, and obviously he had all the resources.
Warping to
He just needs
Stargate.
coal. Okay.
Warp
Wait, do
drive
I have any?
active.
Did you just give me 5 bullets? Okay, yeah, that'll do.
We spent pretty much the entirety of the second night running from everything, towards a new biome that I'd never actually seen before when playing back on my Xbox 360.
Wow.
Alright, well, we made it through another night. Where are we? Somewhere new, I guess. I've never seen this place.
I came very close to death. Too many times. But
Approaching
with keep
Stargate.
inventory on and teleporting, it wasn't really a huge deal.
Okay, I might be finished. I might be finished. I might be finished. I might be finished. You know what? It's been a nice journey. Great. I think I'm finished.
By this point, over an hour had passed, and we bunkered down in another cave, where I told them I was gonna take a break and let them do their thing.
Autopilot
I'm gonna let
jumping.
these guys take my, my things. Guys, there's a skeleton over there. Okay, goodbye, brother. Thanks for letting me play. Bro, these guys are too nice, man.
Walking to Stargate.
I'll see you guys later.
Warp drive active.
Oh, no problem.
Oh,
it was
that
great.
might be death, actually.
At the beginning, I rejoined their server more as just a joke, with no hope of them actually letting me play, but for whatever reason they did. So in case you two are watching, you're legends. Thank you for letting me play with you guys. Obviously though, Castle Miners Eve being an Xbox game, using a keyboard and mouse is a bit glitchy, but being able to revisit a game you haven't checked out in over 12 years is pretty special.
Dude, this guy's such a nice man. And brutal. Brutal for letting me play. What a guy. Alright.
I will pause it here and make something to eat. I am low blood sugar and it is 4 in the morning. I'll be right back.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Video games make you super good with your hands now. I don't really drop anything anymore. It's funny. Yeah, that'll be a good.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Some water in this, I guess. Just blow this motherfucker up. Yeah, just like that. We'll put you in there for like, I don't know, what, how long do you say? They say 3 minutes, so what we're actually going to do is get these soaking wet. Yeah. Like that. Yeah, like literally soaking wet and separated and all that stuff. We're going to drain the water out. There we go. Run this motherfucker. You say for 3 minutes. Okay, I don't believe you. I'm going to do 4. Or I don't know. 4 seems like a long time in a microwave. Let's do 3. Yeah, that's good. And we'll take this for a snack, and I need a glass of water, and then I'm done. I gotta pee. thing that isn't fun in a video game or otherwise, that is how the rich people got the world to kill itself. Yeah, I kind of figured. Bye. And then, what else?
That's me done.
This is entertaining to me, but not really. Is that, what is that sound? Here is real life lore from one day ago with why Egypt's new capital is bankrupting the capital. Or country, I mean. Oops.
Something incredible is rising out of what used to be the middle of nowhere.
Wait, I want to see something. Best parts of my least favorite games. 5 of the best parts of my least favorite games. Okay, from 2 minutes ago. We're gonna add to some stuff to queue. And I will eat dinner, but first
An exorbitantly expensive brand new capital city from scratch. An official new name for this new capital city has not yet been chosen, and so it so far has only been referred to by its placeholder name, the new administrative capital. Once it's completed, the Egyptian government plans to fully relocate all of its offices and personnel from the old capital in Cairo, and the government will encourage every foreign country who has an embassy in
Cairo
Egypt to relocate their own
moved?
staff to the new capital as well. The government hopes that the new capital will one day be home to 6.5 million residents after it's finished being built, which will almost certainly make it the largest new settlement founded anywhere in the world in the 21st century, if it all goes according to plan. But for now, despite all of its grandeur and scale, this massive, glittering new capital city rising out of the empty desert remains about as empty as the arid environment that surrounds it, while construction has gotten itself far behind schedule and enormously over budget. When the new capital was initially proposed back in 2015, the Egyptian government claimed that it would all be constructed for only $45 billion and largely finished by 2022. But now in 2024, only a handful of government ministries have been moved in. No foreign embassies have relocated at all, and construction is still ongoing, while the cost for only phase 1 of the new capital has already ballooned to more than $58 billion. $13 billion over budget. There are many reasons why, but a big part of it is simply because of the sheer scale and opulence that's being put on display by the government here. Phase 1 of the new capital has included the development of multiple different districts within the new city that will serve various different purposes, and many of them include some of the most outrageous and absurd buildings ever conceived of in human history. One of these districts arising from the sands is the government district that'll become the Egyptian state's brand new nerve center. Once completed, this district is intended to become the new headquarters for 34 of Egypt's government ministries, in addition to the country's 2 chambers of parliament, the House of Representatives and the Senate. At 550 acres in size, this government district will be approximately 80% larger than the National Mall is within America's capital, Washington, D.C., and it'll contain several more imposing buildings than are present in Washington, including the world's tallest flagpole. Dubbed the Cairo flagpole, it was already raised in 2021 and stands 207 meters or 680 feet high, considerably taller than the Washington Monument is in D.C., while the flag it flies is roughly the same size as 2 standard basketball courts placed side by side. Just to the north of this sprawling government district is another district of about equivalent size, but which is fully dedicated to only housing the new presidential palace complex, which will become the new home residence of Egypt's president. The building that encompasses the presidential palace itself is enormous, at around 50,000 square meters of total floor space.
Why?
Which, for perspective, is roughly 10 times larger than the White House in Washington, D.C. that serves as the American president's residence. And leaked photos of the inside of the Egyptian palace have revealed what appears to be an ornate throne hall that resembles the opulent palaces of Islamic sultans from centuries past, that has allegedly been decorated with solid gold. And then the walls that surround the palace complex will include a series of gardens that sprawl across an estate more than 2 square kilometers in area. That's roughly 4 times as large as the walled-off Vatican City is that's the home of the Pope. The new presidential palace complex alone has reportedly cost the Egyptian state somewhere around $3 billion to construct, which puts it on a scale of opulence comparable to Buckingham Palace in London. That's the home of the British monarch, and which has independently been valued by appraisers to be worth approximately $5 billion. Over on the opposite southern end of the government district is Egypt's new Islamic Cultural Center, a mega mosque that is also sometimes officially referred to as the Egyptian Grand Mosque. Inaugurated only last year in 2023, the Grand Mosque was a huge undertaking, drawing from traditional medieval Egyptian Mamluk Islamic architecture. It covers an area of 250,000 square meters and can accommodate more than 131,000 worshippers at a given time, which not only makes it the largest mosque in Egypt, but the largest mosque on the entire African continent, and the largest mosque in the Middle East outside of Saudi Arabia's holiest mosques in Mecca and Medina. The Egyptian Grand Mosque broke multiple world records when it was completed, including the heaviest and largest chandelier in the world, with more than 53,000. £1,000 or 24,000 kilograms in weight, with a diameter of 72 feet or 22 meters, and the highest pulpit in the world that's nearly 17 meters or 55 feet tall. And it's not even the only mega religious building to have been constructed
mega
in the
religion.
capital. There's also the newly built Nativity of Christ Cathedral nearby, a mega church that's the biggest church to have ever been constructed in the Middle East.
Oh,
The
good.
church is a cathedral dedicated to Egypt's Coptic Orthodox community.
Oh,
And
good,
the
oh,
construction of the
good.
cathedral so close to the Grand Mosque within the new capital was deliberately designed as a symbol of peaceful coexistence between Egypt's 2 largest religious communities. While it's estimated that around 90% of Egypt's contemporary population are followers of Sunni Islam, the remaining 10% of the population are estimated to be Coptic Orthodox Christians.
90% is Islam, 10% Christian. Do you really think that they're going to be getting along real well, and that might not be kind of like a, whole thing?
Which makes them by far Egypt's largest religion.
They seem to be getting along okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to grab some dessert. I'll be right back. Almost done with my dinner. Sorry.
Minority group, and with a population of around 11 million in Egypt, they're also by far the largest Christian community in the Middle East as well. Further west of these new religious buildings in the government district is going to be the new capital central business district, with some highly ambitious projects of its own. Among them is the already completed iconic tower, which was built with the help of the China State Construction Engineering Corporation, with a total of 79 floors coming out to 1,293 feet or 394 meters in height. The iconic tower is already the tallest building in Africa, with an exterior shell designed to resemble the crown
mine's bigger.
worn by the ancient Egyptian god Amun, as depicted in Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Ours is big. Ours in America is bigger.
Not satisfied.
We have a giant dick too.
Satisfied with merely having the tallest building in Africa, the new capital's planners are evidently still plotting to construct the tallest building in the entire world within the new central business district as well. That'll be called the Obelisko Capital, taking its design inspiration from an ancient obelisk of pharaonic Egypt. This megatall skyscraper is currently planned to have a total of 165 floors and a total architectural height of
I want to live there someday. What's that cost?
1,000 meters, or an entire kilometer. Construction on the building is currently expected to begin sometime this year in 2024, and if completed by its target finishing date of 2030, it will seize the title of the tallest structure in the world from the current record holder, the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, which would only stand...
It's like mankind's dick measuring contest. Do you see it? It's a dick measuring contest on a global scale. And everybody has to have the biggest erection, or you're not the coolest country. I really love humanity. Let me tell you how much I want to hug and kiss humanity. I just really love them. I think they do really smart things. I think they do really smart things.
And 170 meters shorter than the Obelisko Capital might. But the cost of this massive building will carry with it an equally massive price tag, currently estimated to be at least another $3.2 billion. And even that is probably a big underestimation. And since Egypt is already beginning to encounter some pretty serious financial difficulties, it remains to be seen whether or not this part of the project will actually end up getting built or not. Then there's also the brand new Olympic City complex within the new capital, which is being specifically built to enable Egypt to be competitive when they submit bids to host major worldwide sporting events in the future, like the Olympics and the FIFA World Cup. More than 22 separate sporting facilities are being constructed within the complex, including a major new association football stadium that'll have a seating capacity for 94,000 people, which will make it the second largest football stadium in Africa and the 8th largest one worldwide. And then in Phase 1's southwest corner is rising the single largest district and building in the entire new capital, the new headquarters for the Egyptian Ministry of Defense, known as the Octagon. Considered far too important and large to be merely contained within the regular government district of the new capital that houses all of the 34 other Egyptian government ministries, the Ministry of Defense's new headquarters here will consist of 10 new buildings in an octagonal shape that'll sprawl across an area of more than 22,000 acres, which is larger than the independent nation of San Marino that's home to 34,000 people. The Octagon's floor space across these 10 buildings will include approximately 50.5 million square feet of area under roof, which will make it by far the biggest office building and defense headquarters of any military in the entire world, coming in with nearly 8 times as much floor space as the Pentagon near Washington, D.C. that serves as the headquarters for the U.S. Department of Defense. This is despite the fact that 1/5 of Egypt's defense budget is provided as a grant by the United States, and even with that grant, the Egyptian defense budget is currently only the 35th largest in the world and is lower than that of Belgium, which isn't exactly well known for being a military powerhouse deserving of the largest military defense complex in the world. At any rate, connecting all of these districts together will be the Green River Park flowing through the new capital.
I knew it would be a visually striking thing, so I get the point now. I'm gonna move it forward. Here's Mortissimo Gaming with 5 of the best parts of my least favorite games.
What's going on, everybody?
Can you get back on
Here,
EvE?
This time bringing you some of the best parts of my least favorite games. After talking about the worst parts of my favorite games, some people requested I do the reverse, and as people watching the channel may know, I do love a good list video. So, naturally, it felt like the right thing to do. Especially since, while there are, I would say, plenty of games I didn't really like that much, if you watch a lot of my reviews, you will notice that I still nonetheless try to point out the things that I think those games do well. Because, especially if your job is reviewing video games, if you are only focusing on the good or the bad, you're not really doing your job. You're supposed to cover both of those things. And while it is incredibly easy to simply do one or the other, the goal should always be to paint a very broad picture of what that game actually is, both good and bad. Which is why, even on games that I dislike, I will still usually have at least one part that I enjoyed about it, which naturally we're going to dive into. Kicking it off right out of the gate with Forspoken, a game that had a very rocky launch, and in many ways I would say felt almost more like an experimental tech demo than a fully fleshed out title. The world and movement was beautiful and smooth in many ways, but ultimately lifeless in the sense that it wasn't really filled with much. And combined with a host of performance issues, combat that was very one note, and you can start to see why Forspoken wound up the way it did. Nonetheless, though, there is actually one part of Forspoken that I really enjoyed, and a fair warning, this is going to get a little bit real here. And that is our main character of Frey is shown as homeless in New York before being teleported to the fantastical world of Athia, where the bulk of the game takes place. The depiction of her in a homeless situation in New York is actually incredibly well done, and I say that as someone who experienced homelessness myself from the ages of 15 to 17, and while these days I'm 30, gonna be 31 in a couple months actually, so it's been quite a while, but what I think Forspoken did really well here was portraying how hopeless that situation feels, how easy it is to be incredibly disregarded. Because when you're homeless, a lot of times people don't really look at you so much as a human being as they do a problem to be solved or just in general a nuisance. They certainly don't care about your feelings, your hopes, your dreams, and I can honestly say that I've never seen a video game so perfectly nail that feeling of how I personally felt when I was homeless as I did in Forspoken. It was genuinely really moving, which of course makes the rest of the game that much more of a shame, to be honest. Moving right along, though it is occurring to me just now that I probably should have saved that one for last.
So she stops being homeless and this touched him? Is that what he said? I missed it kind of because I was writing.
Situation in New York is actually incredibly well done, and I say teleported to the fantastical world of Athia, where the bulk of the game takes place. The depiction of her in a homeless situation in New York is actually incredibly well done, and I say that as someone who experienced homelessness myself from the ages of 15 to 17, and while these days I'm 30, gonna be 31 in a couple months actually, so it's been quite a while. But what I think Forspoken did really well here was portraying how hopeless that situation feels, how easy it is to be incredibly disregarded. Because when you're homeless, a lot of times people don't.
So
really
the
look
opening
at
of
you so much as a
Forspoken is
human being
good.
as
That guy never would have dreamed.
they do a problem to be solved or just in general a nuisance. They certainly don't care about your feelings, your hopes, your dreams, and I can honestly say that I've never seen a video game so perfectly nail that feeling of how I personally felt when I was homeless as I did in Forspoken. It was genuinely really moving. which of course makes the rest of the game that much more of a shame, to be honest. Moving right along, though it is occurring to me just now that I probably should have saved that one for last, as I doubt I'll be able to top that moving forward, but nonetheless, here we are. In the number 2 spot, we then have Redfall. Released just a few short months after Forspoken, it did catastrophically worse. And while some patches have actually gotten Redfall to a much better state overall, it's still fun.
No, Redfall did not get better. What the fuck are you talking about? That game still sucks.
Far from where it needs to be, but in Redfall,
needs to be. It'll never be anywhere. The game sucked, and it was a bad premise. It was terrible.
One of a few different vampire hunters trying to.
It's as simple as that. The premise was like fight vampires in a town. It was so based and dumb. They can't do anything with that. Let that dumpster fire burn till it's a crisp. You know. Don't be trying to put it out.
Island of Redfall from, of course, vampires. This game had all sorts of problems, which led to it not
all sorts of more like all problems, no game.
But those problems included AI that was really lackluster, problems with pathing, things getting stuck, the physics were all over the place, alongside a host of other issues. But in spite of all of that, one of the things I really loved about Redfall was actually just the art direction. Moving through the game's sense of stylized realism really did establish a great sense of atmosphere and ambiance that it's a shame the game.
I do not agree. That sound sucked.
For this exact
it didn't. It was not realistic. It was not good. You couldn't really go inside of the houses. It was like kind of a base game, and it looked like Half-Life 2. It looked so old. It looked like Half-Life 2. It was so bad.
I'm a big fan of interesting depictions of vampires in media.
Half-Life 2 looks good for its time. Not anymore, though.
You can honestly certainly see some of that in Redfall even. But they're blending of things like the psychic side of things, leading to surreal landscapes across what I would consider almost occult-esque influences, and just the very sleepy, dreary town of downtown Redfall gives so many great set pieces and vistas to see that my favorite thing about Redfall was literally just walking through the world of it. And I do think it's a shame most people are never going to get to see that, given how poorly the rest of the game did. Moving right along to number 3, however, we then have
Redfall
Fable
sucked. I did
3,
exactly what.
because the
that was a good hit.
series is a set of games that I plan on getting around to doing proper retrospective reviews for, as I loved the first Fable, but the follow-ups
2 and 3, I love 2 and 3.
Now,
what are you talking about? 2 and 3 was so good. What are you talking about? You're dumb.
Because finding 2 and 3 these days is a little difficult due to the discontinued Games for Windows Live, which means you're usually better off streaming them on PC, because even a physical copy won't necessarily work. Because of
streaming them on PC, what, on Ultimate you're saying?
Live. But that little side note aside, Fable 3 is...
The opening to Fable 3 changed my life, if that's what he's talking about. The chicken from the street. You guys ever seen the opening to Fable 3? It'll change your life.
Not a great game, to be honest. And
it was so. Fable 3 was such a good game. Okay... This fucking idiot. Let's go fucking pull the Metacritic on Fable 3, and you're gonna choke on it. Fucking pull the Metacritic for Fable 3. Trust me, this was a universally loved game. 80%. Overtime too. 80 in the scene. 6.7 from the critics. I mean, that's not amazing. That's a 6.7. But this is by no means a bad game. It had some problems, but I wouldn't say it was like a bad game. I would play Fable 3 on my stream. I love that game. That's a great game.
If you look back at any of the videos and discuss
Fable 2, Fable 3, great little arcadey combat games. The combat in Fable can get really good, believe it or not. It can get really good. If you keep going up, if you put it on high difficulty level, and you get the right gear, and you play it like it was meant to be played, it can be a very difficult fucking RPG. It really can be.
Discussion around that.
I know, because I did it. I played it on Extreme first time I did it. Fucking wrecked me for days. It was like so hard, but I did it. I got through it. I remember going through the forest, not the forest, but the dark forest. The dark forest was fucking hard, like genuinely hard. I forget how I did it. I believe I was a magic build, and I just dumped lightning into them over and over and over again. Then I would shotgun, I think. If I remember correctly. I don't remember.
Game, you'll find that most people don't remember it.
The opening to Fable 3, which is what he's going to reference, was game changing. The Fable 3 opening was so good. It was like I want to show it on my stream. It changed my life when I saw it. I thought it was very, very formative. Fable 3 opening, right? The Fable 3 opening with the chicken is so fucking good. This is the chicken opening. It's so fucking good. And I believe we can watch this. This is not, I don't believe this is like, this is not DMCA. This is a video game. Yeah, I think we're okay. Meant for the public. This was so formative for me. This view, this change, this was my outlook on the world for a while. You'll see. Everything sucks now. It's the age of, like, it's the age of iron and guns and germs and steel, and everything sucks, and all the water is toxic, and everybody's always walking down the sidewalks and stuff.
Has come to Albion.
Industry. It's the age of industry.
Though some call it the age of oppression.
Yep. It is the age of oppression.
When freedom is nothing but a dream, it's time to make a stand.
This shit was like building a revolution in my heart, kind of, the way it was written. It's time to take a stand. They're gonna eat you alive. They're gonna make you a Kentucky Fried Chicken. And it doesn't matter how fucking small you are. You fight them!
To lead a rebellion. To be...
You fight them, you fight the developers, you fight the Microsofts, you fight them. You don't let them steal from children. You don't let them fuck you over.
Hear it.
You yell till they fucking listen.
Welcome to the city of the downtrodden.
Welcome to the world of the downtrodden. Nothing but, all the world is chains and churches.
Where those who dare to speak out
get shot in the face. Like John Lennon. They get smoked.
And
you dare to speak out.
To hope, find nothing to hope for.
You're a chicken, you can't fly. You're a human, you can't fly. Go, chicken! No! Ouch! Oh! Run, chicken, run!
Autopilot jumping.
True rebels fight against all odds.
It's true. I've never been afraid to say what's on my mind at any given time of day. I've never felt more right in my life.
You cannot triumph alone.
You can't, but I will. I will. After the remnants of my life, after what this world did to my life, I will. I'll do it alone. I'll do it alone. Could be married with a kid. It won't matter. Doing it alone. It won't matter.
Who will lead the revolution?
I'll lead the revolution in my mind and heart. Fuck your castle and fuck your world. I'll bring that bitch down. I'll burn it.
Approaching station.
You downtrodden my people, fucking turn us into fucking Matrix batteries. I'll play the violin on your fucking grave, asshole. Yep. And this shit changed me. It did. It was like my own personal vision of what the revolution should be. No matter what, you must fight.
Particularly fondly, and I can't say I disagree with that sentiment.
I love Fable 3, whatever.
Fable 3
but I hate most games. Fable 3 was adequately good.
is that the ideas at play in terms of coming to power and then ruling the land as the king was really neat. Now, throughout the initial plot of the game, you'll be making deals with various people who are going to help you overthrow your brother, I believe it is, and get yourself put on the throne. Once you become king, you then have to focus on either keeping those promises or breaking them while balancing the treasury. And while I love that idea that once you attain the power, the game doesn't necessarily end and then you have to follow up on those things, it's a novel concept. Now, unfortunately, even that concept falls a bit flat.
I got killed by
if you know
one
how
hit.
The game works, it's a bit of a non-decision.
I don't know why they're
because
like
doing
this.
The right thing or helping out the people you made promises to is supposed to break your bank, which you need to prepare your kingdom for the oncoming onslaught. But if you just take the extra steps to break the economy before these decisions even pop up through the use of things like rentals and jobs, it's actually not a choice at all. You'll have an infinite amount of cash, pretty much, which can lead you down a perfect series of outcomes, completely removing the hard choices and tough decisions that the game tried to set up, which really undercuts basically everything they just did. But I really did love their attempt at hashing that out, even if it didn't quite pan out the way they imagined. Which brings us to number 4.
I did.
Empire of
The
Sin,
chicken was
and
good.
Specifically, its 1920s gangster mob vibe. Empire of Sin is an odd game. I think it's trying to do too many things, frankly. It's a little bit of grand strategy, a little bit of turn-based tactics, and a little bit of story around a ton of different mobsters you can play as, each with their own quests and individual personalities, that type of thing. And ultimately, it's a game that winds up not doing any one particular thing all that well, and spreading itself a bit too thin. And because of that, I wasn't really into Empire of Sin. However, I do think its focus on these mob bosses, their personalities, their unique effects in combat, the rackets they can get up to, all set within 1920s Chicago, at the height of that sort of Art Deco style, really does make for a fantastic theme, which is what I would say is about the best thing that Empire of Sin has going for it. I was very interested more in the city and these characters than I was the rest of the game. And in fact, if you took this aesthetic and this theme and applied it to a game that was a little more...
Yeah, like Greedfall was cool in image, but I didn't like the game itself. I'm inclined to try it again, though, on high difficulty, and see if maybe I like that game, which is weird. I kind of doubt it, but it had a combat system.
Substantial or told you a particular...
Maybe I should have another relook here at Greedfall reviews, because I thought Greedfall sucked when I played it. I was like, this is too corporate and shitty. Maybe I should give it a second try. The game did fairly well. Yeah, and this is what I recall too. It was like middling but not great. And I was like, why play it then? Thank you, Mortismo Gaming.
What's going on,
again?
everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you a review of Greedfall after I completely finished all of the achievements. So this is kind of a new thing for me, so I've never really done a video like this, is what I'm saying by that. So with that in mind, any feedback anybody wants to give on the format or information covered, feel free to leave it in the comments down below, always open to suggestions. Diving right into it. So in Greedfall, you play as Sir or Madame Desardet. You're going to be exploring the island of Tirfredi, a mythical island of legend. The main reason you're going there, and what you are in hopes of truly finding, is a cure to the Malachor, which is a blood plague that has been ravaging all of the nations around you, and yours as well. So you play as the legate of the Merchant Congregation, which basically means you're an ambassador to other nations while you'll be going to this island to explore. So essentially you're there to represent the Merchant Congregation, which is your faction, and handle any diplomatic problems that may arise in regards to the other nations.
Move.
Again, the Merchant Congregation, your own particular faction, as well as the Ridge Alliance, primarily scholars focused on continuing their scientific efforts.
Wow!
The Ptolemy, which are a religious group, they are on the island because it is rumored that their saint, Saint Matthias, went to this island, and that is a core belief of their faith. You have the Coin Guard, which are largely mercenaries that all the other factions employ to guard things, as well as just serve as their general military. You have the Knots, which are basically in charge of all of the sailing. They have extensive sailing knowledge. And then, of course, we have the natives, the people who actually live on Tier for D once you get there. Now, all of these factions, typically speaking, have sub-factions. The Thélème have the Ordo Luminous. The Bridge Alliance have people who are ethically questionable in their pursuit of knowledge. They don't actually have like a particular name for that group, though. The Coin Guard actually has a couple that I don't want to spoil for anybody. The only one that seemingly doesn't have some sort of sub-faction is actually the Knots. They seem mostly to be exactly what they are. That said, they are subject to their own plot devices and things like that that will kind of shock you, but they don't really have any sub-factions to speak of. Now, the natives are probably the best example of this, because the natives are separated into clans, and every single one of those clans actually has a very distinct feel and way of conducting themselves. That brings us on to choices. What does this look like from an RPG standpoint, with you being the diplomatic ambassador, as well as all these alliances? Well, more often than not, the way it happens is you'll either be presented with choices that you get to pick like normal, or you'll be taken for a bit of a ride where you're doing more basically just following a conversation, and then at the end of a big quest you might have a conversation option to pick or make a decision. So pretty much how it falls down, which is fairly standard for spiders in general, the developer that is. What they like to do is typically make a character and then allow you to make some of the choices, but for the most part, you know, you're always going to be this diplomatic ambassador, so versus say a technomancer, you are always going to be technomancer, so there's only so many choices you can make from that particular angle. With those things, I want to move on to the character progression. So character progression is of course your standard RPG fare where you level up from killing things and doing, you know, completing quests and things like that, and then you get to spend skill points, attributes, and talents. Skills you'll get every level, whereas attributes and talents you'll get every few levels. The best part here is that it ties into combat really well. So this is probably Spider's best iteration of their combat system. Once you've played their other games, if you have played any of them, you'll notice that there's a lot of similarities in the systems. Basically, they just iterate on it and kind of make improvements here and there, which is, you know, fairly standard for most developers, I'd say. Like, you can always tell an Ubisoft game from any other game, at least for me. Combat, it takes all of those things, your attributes, of course, determining your damage with specific weapon types, as well as your resource pools, whereas talents affect more of exploration and conversations. So with skills and attributes, there are a ton of builds. You can do magic, which is always cool. Of course, melee weapons, one-handed versus two-handed weapons, as well as firearm builds. Now, typically speaking, you want to kind of mix and match these a little bit to get the best results. The game actually encourages weapon swapping, which is totally an option. I have to say, the scaling of bosses in this game is really good. Like, there's very little squish, even on the higher difficulty levels. It's more about your ability to handle what's going on than anything else. So with the higher difficulties especially, it increases the health a little bit, sure, but most of the challenge actually comes from it reducing cooldown times, if you want to call them that, for enemies. So like, they move faster, they do their attacks faster, and it's basically your ability to deal with that versus actually just plowing through ridiculous health points, which I thought was a great way to go. So with that said, the animations and everything are a bit lackluster, which I think, again, kind of comes down to it being a AA game versus a AAA game. So in my opinion, that's pretty forgettable. Moving on to the companions. There is a companion that represents every single faction. So, you know, there's one for the Bridge Alliance, one for the natives, etc. None of them are bad, but they're also not super memorable, at least in my opinion either. Like one or two of the quests really resonated with me, but that's kind of what I'm saying. The quests you will probably remember. The quests for the companions are focused more on exploring the world, just in the way that everything Greedfall does is all about exploring the world. It kind of digs into lore and how this world functions. Because of that, the actual development of the side characters doesn't really pan out, so you won't really see them grow. Sure, a couple things here and there, they might learn something, but in my opinion, they're like a super tiny character. With that, the last couple things I wanted to mention is the voice acting is impeccable. Like, there's a couple that really blew me away. But moreover, despite this being a relatively small project for a game, you don't hear any replays. Everything sounds good. It's impressive. And then, of course, we have the music. Music it's okay. I don't like. There's none of the tracks really stand out to me. Like I'm never gonna like, oh, that's a Greedfall song, or anything like that. But that said, the music is great. It definitely sets the tone. It's just, it's not super memorable compared to like D2. You know what I mean? Diablo 2, that is. Like I could pick a song out of that game for sure. That leaves us with one more thing I want to discuss, and that is technical problems. So
what? Come on, man!
Some of this footage.
Oh, the one-shots are off the hook, man.
The whole game, they're kind of like that.
The battle's way too long to take a one-shot that late in the fight. Ah,
So,
damn it.
There's that. That said, I encountered
99's okay.
like
One
once
shot,
or twice.
lose your
And what
company.
mean by
I don't
that
want you in video
is
gaming anymore. If you're doing one shots and if you're putting one shots in your fucking game, I don't care if it's extreme difficulty. I don't care what it is. As opposed to 99 shots, I don't want you in my fucking industry anymore. Stop making games, and Gorilla included. Stop making one shot games. Stop doing it. You can do better than that. You can take the time to make the mob better.
I mean, literally only twice in like the 100 hours it took me to 100% this thing. I had a quest bug where like I would walk to where I'm supposed to walk, but like the quest wouldn't trigger or continue on. And I honestly think that's a little bit my fault, because using some running and speed improving things, I kind of got there, I think, a little faster than the game anticipated me to be there, and it kind of broke it. That said,
nope, I lost frames. That sucks. I can't go to high.
To fix it was just load the previous autosave, and the game cleared it out itself and carried on as normal. So it's not like I lost any time. That said, it would be kind of difficult to lose any time because the game autosaves constantly. I never lost more than like 30 seconds to a minute, even on a normal death. And the last technical portion of this that I want to mention is they kind of have this weird...
That terrible sound in his background, I'm done with it. Let's hear what this person says.
Greedfall is a story-driven RPG by spiders. As the niece or nephew of the prince, you travel to a recently colonized island, trying to foster peace with the natives and the colonizers who are destroying their land. Your personal goal is to find the cure for a plague infecting the population of your home country, including your mother. While your official position is legate for the merchant congregation, you'll be working as an assassin, bodyguard, spy, diplomat, bounty hunter, and more before the end of the game. You have to choose how to help or hinder several factions of colonizers and natives across the island. Decisions that will change the game's last mission and ending, but won't impact much before that. The story suffers from a predictable power struggle between factions. Instances of the natives clashing with the colonizers are treated as moral dilemmas, but it's obvious the colonizers are almost always the villains. Almost all the quest givers and other characters you interact with are one-dimensional. Nobles are all self-centered, out-of-touch bureaucrats. Sailors and mercenaries are all gruff, tell-it-like-it-is ruffians. Missionaries are all televangelist-level zealots. The natives are a thoughtless mishmash of mystic and tribal stereotypes. Exploration becomes a tedious chore, as missions commonly have you bouncing between people on different sides of the map. The visuals do nothing to lessen the monotony, since the different cities are forgettable and visually interchangeable. Villages have the same spread of huts, and the wilderness is just trees and rocks laid out to force you down set paths. With only a few exceptions, NPCs and wild animals are lifeless, making even crowded areas feel hollow. Combat is fun and offers a lot of room for experimentation. Knowing when to parry, dodge, or counter enemies requires strategizing and quick thinking when the unexpected happens. Leveling provides a host of different attack and defensive abilities, which means you're constantly improving or reworking your strategy. However, fights can be clunky at times. The camera swings, unsuccessfully trying to predict which enemy in the group you're trying to see, and the environment and other characters can block your view. Lengthy wind-up and recovery animations allow quick or strong enemies to stun lock you. It's hard to tell which attacks you should parry or dodge. These problems are even more obvious as you're forced to repeatedly fight the same limited types of beasts and groups of people. Greedfall fails to deliver a living world or an epic engaging story.
That's
the
what I
dialogue
remember
is
hearing.
boring and repetitive, and few.
Yeah, I was like, this game is not maybe I kind of want to try well, I don't know. review of the Outer Worlds again. And like, cause it's weird. Like some of these I might return to, but yeah, 4 years later. Review.
When Obsidian announced and showed off the
sorry guys,
5 years ago, I was ecstatic about one of
they
my
changed
favorite
their
developers
mics.
creating a new game similar to not only one of their best games,
Yeah,
but
Obsidian.
one of the best RPGs I've ever played, Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah.
Now, Obsidian is re-releasing the Outer Worlds with updated graphics and all of the DLC.
21
included
hours.
in
I
this
thought it
bundle.
was longer than that.
The question is the Outer Worlds worth playing
that's
in
her.
2023?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mason. Let's talk about the Outer Worlds.
2 days, yeah.
I was starstruck when I first noticed how visually stunning The Outer Worlds truly is. Maybe it's because I'm a sucker for the retro-futuristic aesthetics, but I was genuinely amazed
it's a
by
beautiful
how good the game looks, and how good it looks almost 4 years later. It reminds me of Borderlands or Bioshock in the sense that The Outer Worlds is not a game defined by technical engineers like dynamic lighting and shadows, long draw distances, or ray tracing features, but strong aesthetics and style that the artists have rendered out to create a carefully designed universe. Every planet you explore will feature its own grand vistas to gaze upon, with vibrant colors that almost give off an ethereal glow, beautiful skyboxes that are filled with stars, meteors, and planets, and densely packed enclosed cities that give you the feeling you're on the set of an old
Yeah, but I didn't really like it. It was so one and the same.
And it's a perfect fit with the pulpy, sometimes campy tone The Outer Worlds is presenting on the surface.
Thank you, Amateur Game Reviewer, for the excellent content for my stream. Also, I didn't thank the last person either. This Greedfall person was... Yes, who was this? It was, oh, yes, no, who was this? I can't find it. It was, yeah. There we go. Got it. Okay,
When Obsidian announced and showed off The Outer Worlds nearly
I think this one... Yeah, the supernova difficulty, right? Let's hear what Mortismo has to say about this.
Mortem here, this time bringing you a review after 100% of The Outer Worlds. This is a first-person RPG set in a sci-fi universe, and it is an Obsidian original IP. Couple things right off the bat, gonna be some spoilers throughout this video. Not so much on the story or anything, most of it's minor. I'm gonna talk about the DLC towards the very end of the video, and I will call out a separate spoiler for that because one of those DLCs very recently to the time of this video came out. Throughout the video there might be some minor spoilers in general, so I'm just trying to warn people as best I can there. Second of all, I like to review games after I 100% them. Basically because I feel it lends some credence to what I do, but also simply because it sets me apart from other reviewers on YouTube. And if you want some proof of that, feel free to go to my YouTube channel. There's a link to my Steam profile. You're more than welcome to check that out. Now, before we fully jump into this review here, I want to talk about some of the marketing that took place for this game because I think it actually hurt the game in some ways. So a lot of this marketing that happened when this game was announced was like, from the developers of Fallout, or people who have worked on Fallout, that kind of thing. And I think that did a disservice to this game, simply because Fallout at this point is a very well-established AAA franchise. Obsidian, at the time this was made, was a AA indie studio. They've since been acquired by Microsoft, of course, and let's be real, all future titles will very likely be AAA. But this particular game was not AAA. This was a AA venture. And they said that in several interviews. They talked about how they had a very focused scope. So one thing that I just really didn't like was that it was marketed in a way that would compare it to Fallout. And I say that
it was
hurt
not
the game
it was
simply
not
because
comparable.
it came out, it was a AA experience, and everyone was talking about how it was compared to Fallout. And again, that's how it was marketed, so I can't fault those people for making that leap. Honestly, I think the best thing you can do for this game is simply throw the notions of what you have on Fallout, and this being similar to that, just throw it out the window. Yes, there are some comparisons here and there, but largely they're very different games, and I wish they hadn't done the marketing like that. But nonetheless, this is a game that I still have quite a bit to say on. That was just some stuff I wanted to talk about right at the beginning, but now let's actually dive into this game. So when you fire up the game, you're going to be met with difficulty. Now this is story, normal, hard, and supernova. For the most part, I would recommend people play on hard, especially if you've played a lot of RPGs. Maybe play on normal for the first playthrough, kind of get your bearings, and then I would recommend playing on hard after that because it's not that difficult. And then there is supernova difficulty. This is essentially like a pseudo-survival mode. It adds a lot of restrictions, like only being able to fast travel to your ship, having to eat and drink and sleep and everything. You can only sleep on your ship, you can only rest and cure broken bones and things like that, injury-wise on your ship. Just a lot of that kind of restrictions. And simply because that doesn't really add any difficulty to the game unless you just really enjoy that kind of survival-esque mechanic. It's not a difficulty I would recommend playing on most of the time. And after that, we see kind of an intro to the game, which is us being woken up from some sort of cryogenic stasis by a clearly not the sanest guy in the world, bit of a mad scientist type. So this is where I want to take a moment to talk about the story. Not going to go into it too majorly outside of like the basic setup. To actually set up the story of the game and kind of where we are and what we're doing, this mad scientist is waking us up from cryostasis on a ship called the Hope. The Hope and another ship called the Groundbreaker traveled to the Halcyon colony to set up a colony here in a separate solar system of sorts. Now, all these people should be in contact with Earth and everything. However, as you soon learn from the mad scientist, the people from the Hope were never woken up for reasons that the story gets into. When you get woken up and you come to, you find yourself in, quite literally, an alien world. However, the colony is decently established. Now, we'll get into kind of the world building of that situation here in just a little bit. But the main thing I want to mention here is that I think the story is okay. I liked it. It's decent enough. It's cohesive. It makes sense.
Fuck!
And I will
Fuck!
say most of the
You're
choices
one-shots,
the character gets
man!
to make are going to be
Oh,
centered
come
around the
on!
main story. We'll talk about the side content further on down the line, but I wanted to mention this right off the bat here. Most of the major decisions your character gets to make are with the main story. The DLC did add a few things where you could actually make some decisions. However, for the most part, the vanilla game especially, this is where most of your decisions were, and truth be told, even still, there wasn't a ton of them. But with all that kind of out of the way, let's talk about our character setup. This is an RPG, so we're focusing primarily on attributes and skills. Each of our attributes here can be brought down 1 point to below average, or buffed up several points, and you get bonuses and detriments, depending on what the stat is, of course. For instance, strength gives us our carry weight, as well as some melee damage, and that increases as you put points into it. Now, initially, you'll have 6 points to put into these skills, with you having to put at least 3 points into an attribute to take it to its max level, and thus give you the max bonus. So a couple of things here. One, the affected skills are basically pointless. The main thing you want to pay attention to here is the bonus you're getting from raising these skills, because it's essentially impossible to make a wrong decision here because of the way the skill system works, which we're going to get into next. The only way you could really mess this up is if you were deliberately trying to, like if you put all of your points into Charm, which gives you bonuses to your companion's abilities and stuff, and then chose to be a lone wolf, which is another type of build you can do, and not even recruit the companions. So like, again, intentionally trying to screw that up is basically the only way to do it. Most of these bonuses here are nice, and they can give you a substantial bonus if you are trying to spec into something, but again, you'd be hard-pressed to make a wrong decision here. Now, when we have skills, they are broken down into types of skills and then the actual branches including the skills. So we have melee, for instance, which gives us one-handed melee or two-handed melee, and those are separate skills. Now, for the first 50 points in our skills, we put points
Your one-shots are goddamn garbage!
Into melee until those skills reach level 50, and we get 10 points per level, and once they reach 50, then we are forced to specialize between one-handed and two-handed melee in that particular example. Now, right here at the beginning of the game, we get 2 points, and now these points are actually a 10-point boost to 2 of the actual, like, branches of skills. So you would add maybe a point to stealth or a point to dialogue, for instance, and that would give 10 to all of those skills, which is interesting, but the problem is this is a relatively shorter game. Now, the DLC tried to address this, and frankly, it didn't do it very well. So this last rank you can see on the right hand of the screen here is the 150 rank skill Virtuoso ability. That is new with the DLC. They originally capped out at 100. And because you could put points all the way up to 50 before you had to specialize, you could essentially become a jack of all trades. And in the main vanilla game, when it first came out, that was basically the most effective thing to do, was to not really specialize per se in much of anything besides maybe a weapon. But with that in mind, as we put points into each skill here, you can see that it'll give us a percentage boost based on what the skill is, simply by putting points into it. And then at 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and 150, we unlock a relevant extra effect, which can be extra weapon reach, extra time in the tactical time dilation, which I'll get into here in a little bit, unlock power attacks, things like that. The lockpick will actually give you an ability that will let you see what's inside a container to see whether it's worth even bothering to lockpick it. I said the DLC addressed the jack of all trades thing, but it didn't do it well. So what do I mean? Basically, the 150 Virtuoso bonus sucks. So you have to put so many points into this skill to unlock that, and most of them, quite frankly, aren't worth the investment. There's a couple of them that you kind of have to max out for achievements, but that's done through a real quick character retrain, which you can do basically whenever. So even that's not much of a detriment. My main problem with these Virtuoso milestones, so to speak, is just that they're pointless. Like, why is this here? And the answer's obvious. They were trying to address some criticism. I don't think that was done well. It feels like a band-aid on a gaping wound, in my opinion. And because of that, even still with the DLC added, most of the time it's better to just kind of go very broad with your skill selection, because very few things in the game actually require a really high skill check. There are some stuff in-game, and there's stuff in the DLC, of course, which added the extra skill ranks. So obviously they put some stuff in there, but the main game doesn't have that many. But alright, that's enough about skills. The next part of character creation is actually aptitude. This is pointless. All of this does is give you either a 3% damage type reduction or a +1 bonus to a particular skill. But as I just mentioned, you get 10 skill points to spend per level, plus you get to give them to a bunch of skills at once until they hit 50, so giving me a +1 bonus to something is dumb. So outside of the novelty of selecting a background, which is essentially what aptitude actually is.
What?
This didn't need to be here. Or at least they should have given it more substantial bonuses. From there we move on to appearance. You're only going to see your appearance in your character menus. They will not come up in any other part of the game. You don't really see yourself in cutscenes, anything like that. The only time you really see yourself is literally in your inventory screen. So it was nice of them to add. It always makes you feel more connected to your character. Appearance, you're not going to see it. So just something to keep in mind there. We've made our character, we get thawed out from the Hope, and we get sent to the Emerald Vale immediately, and that is where the actual game kicks off, and we're able to control our character. So this is a good time to talk about the world building. As we're going through and we first land on the planet right after this, it gives us a small little tutorial section, which is pretty quick, and then it kind of lets you loose on the game. The tutorial itself is pretty solid. I didn't really have any complaints. It teaches you the basics, and that's all you really need for this game anyway. But the one thing I do want to mention about the tutorial is it brings up tactical time dilation, which I mentioned passingly earlier. The tactical time dilation is the ability to slow down time.
Whoa!
Give yourself a chance to
go.
And then it'll slowly
come on!
Until you start moving.
Why does the mount fucking stand still? I've never seen a mount stand still in my life before, you idiots.
Mixed with sort of an action game. Because of that, I think this actually works really well. For the people who aren't like, quick reflexes action guy, it gives you a chance to actually plan out what you're doing. It's very good at lining up headshots for a sniper, things like that. There's a ton of bonuses you can put into speccing into tactical time dilation that make it incredible, and it is a very strong way to play the game. So I just kind of wanted to give a brief explanation of that. First things first, with the world building, let's talk atmosphere. So the Halcyon colony is primarily controlled by corporations. Everyone is essentially an employee of a corporation. Being an employee for a corporation is all-encompassing, and it's your entire life. All you do is essentially work for this company in some capacity or some way. Everyone is referred to as employees. It's kind of this dark humor vibe to it. It's like this weird mix between 1950s style ads, but also the worst human rights violations you've ever seen. So it's a very unique atmosphere that they managed to put together here, and that's pretty classic Obsidian. I don't think I've played a game yet of theirs that the world building wasn't on point. Now, when it comes to actually exploring this world, we're going to be hopping between planets, ships, orbital stations. Essentially, this is like a hub system, so it's kind of semi-open world in that way. There are some larger areas that you can absolutely go out of your way to explore. The game definitely wants you to do that, but keep in mind it is more of a hub system rather than a full-blown open world. So you're going to be getting a ship pretty early on in the game, and then you'll be able to fly from place to place, which are essentially your hubs. A lot of games do this, so I don't think I need to explain it too much. But I will say, in order to go to new places, you need nav keys for your ship to navigate there. Part of unlocking new hubs and progressing the story usually involves somehow getting your hands on the nav keys to go to the next place, which is essentially the main story for the most part. And then there is the combat and the flaw system. The combat itself is mostly okay. You know, it's a first-person shooter type. There's also some melee weapons. There's enough build variety there to keep you kind of interested. There's enough weapon types to keep you kind of interested there. After having played through the game many times, I actually still don't really have a problem with that particular aspect. My only real complaint is that the combat feels floaty. There's not a lot of impact to it, and it's an RPG, so I kind of give it a pass in that regard. But the combat doesn't feel very substantial in a lot of ways. It's hard for me to explain that specifically, so sorry if that doesn't do much for you. I do want to mention one thing though, because it drives me crazy. You don't get to throw grenades or anything like that in this game. There is no throwable. However, one of the weapons you can pick up is a grenade launcher. How are you going to put a grenade launcher as a weapon, but not let me find and throw grenades? What is that? The other system I want to talk about in this part of the video is the flaw system. Mostly this comes up during combat, not always by any means, but I feel like it's the most natural place to put this system. As you level up, every other level I believe it is, you get perk points to put into perks, of course, that then help you specialize your character. This is where a lot of your character power comes from, is these perks. Now, because it's every other level, there's a set amount of them. The exception to that is through the flaw system. As you explore and interact with the world, you can come into contact with certain things that will trigger the possibility of taking a flaw. For instance, say you get hit by robots a lot. The game might notice that and be like, hey, you get hit by robots a lot. Would you be willing to take more damage from robots permanently, but also get a perk point in a trade-off for that? This is a system that sounds really cool in theory, but the problem is there just isn't enough of them, and it winds up not being as fun as it sounds. For instance, one that I almost always take is, as a sneak character, if you're in places you shouldn't be sneaking around, you can potentially get the paranoid flaw, which is that, you know, while you're sneaking around, you take a bunch of negatives. But here's the thing, if I'm playing a character that's spec'd into sneaking around, the negatives for that, which are usually like combat stuff, aren't going to affect me because I'm sneaking. So all that is essentially a free perk point. And it winds up being a lot of stuff like that, plus just a lot of the negatives in general aren't strong enough to justify a perk point. Taking extra damage from enemies I can now one-shot because I have extra perks isn't really much of a trade-off, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I love the concept. The execution needs work, I guess is probably the best way to sum up the flaw system. Now, out in the world, all of your skills...
No! Why do these two things keep killing me in one hit?
Plenty of people around, despite it being...
I've got to stay away from them.
Most of them work for corporations, of course, like I mentioned, so they're all kind of doing their thing. And when it comes to talking to people, I wanted to mention this specifically because this is probably the one time it's worth mentioning the attributes more than normal. Because depending on your attributes, it can unlock conversation options with them. For instance, if your perception is so high, it can unlock options. If your intelligence is high or low, that can unlock different options for you. So just stuff like that when you're out there talking to people. I do want to talk about the side quests for this quite a bit here. The side quests are, to sum it up, not great. All the choices you get, like I mentioned, are in the main quest primarily. That means for the side quests, majority of them are basically simple tasks that you go do. You go get something, you bring it back, that kind of thing. It lets you choose how you approach that mission. Often there's very much so like, you know, do you sneak in? Do you go in guns blazing? Is there a way around this path if you explore enough? That kind of stuff. That definitely exists. But That quest is basically going to resolve the same way, or you're going to kill someone that basically fails the quest. That's essentially the only thing you can do with most of the side quests. That does change a little bit with the DLC. They did, again, try to address those criticisms, but it doesn't change the fact that in the vanilla game, that's very much so the case. The main quest, again, does have some pretty cool options to choose from, but there's only a handful. And because of that, and the fact that this is a AA game, which is inherently a little shorter, first time I played it, it took me like maybe 20-30 hours to run through the entire thing. That's basically all the side quests and everything. I can see how those boring, dull side quests would put somebody off. And the story themselves of the side quest can be interesting. There are some really like genuinely conceptually interesting side quests simply from
what? Come on, man!
Some of them definitely add to the world building. The problem is that the actual structure of the
your combat animation is garbage if everything one-shots you.
And I think that's
get them out of your game. Stop doing combat animations. They're fucking bullshit.
Content. Now, I want to talk about companions before we move on to the DLC. So, none of them are romanceable. This was a AA game. They straight up said they didn't have the budget to do that. Fair enough, I suppose. Personally, I don't really care about romance in games. I know that's a big deal. If I do videos about romance stuff, it always does well because people are just interested in that kind of thing, but I could not personally care less, so it did not bother me at all that none of these people were romanceable. Most of them are just okay. I mean, none of them really stick out, to be honest with you. Parvati probably has the individually best written and told story. Her character is very well written. Her voice actor did an amazing job. And honestly, I think Parvati is the standout for sure, which is good because she's the first one you meet. Now, there are others. There is Ellie, who's like a doctor turned smuggler type. She is probably my second favorite just because she's funny, if nothing else. And then you have Felix, which is like a dumb jock guy. So Felix is like really into this sport they've made up for this universe called tossball. Best I can tell, it's kind of like lacrosse. But he's definitely that type, and because of that, he doesn't have a lot to say. His story is okay, again. Then there is Vicar Max. Vicar Max is a vicar. He is like part of the religious
one-shot
that has formed in the colony where they talk about the law all the time.
And I have the best physical damage resistance in the game, and I'm still one-shot.
The problem is that they don't even try to flesh this out enough, and I feel like they relied on
Fine, I won't get near
too
them.
much, and
Fine.
it just gets weird and ridiculous pretty quick. Then there is Nyoka. She actually had probably a decently meaningful story. You avenge some of her old friends. That was shown off in the demos that they gave for the game. And then the last companion is actually a robot you can find the pieces for and put back together. It doesn't have much to say. It's just kind of a robot. So there's that. Its quest is putting it together. And with that, let's talk about the DLC. So Peril of Gorgon was pretty cool. I ironically seem to have the exact opposite opinion of most of the DLC that everyone else seems to have, in that Peril of Gorgon was meh, Murder on Eridanos was amazing. I'm the exact opposite of that. I thought Peril on Gorgon was really good, and the Murder one that just came out was okay. So Peril on Gorgon tells a story that explains the Marauders. So as you're kind of out and about exploring the world and everything, you'd be hard-pressed to miss the Marauders. They're everywhere. Now, throughout the main vanilla game, you're told that these people basically went off on their own because they didn't want to be part of the whole space corporation thing, and most of them are insane at this point, presumably from living in the wild. Well, Peril on Gorgon really dives into why that is, and gives an actual really cool reason for it. It makes perfect sense in this dark humor world. That quest line can end like 4 different ways, and honestly, I just had a lot of fun with it. Now, the Murder on Eridanos one that just came out, it's okay. I'm going to get into some spoilers for this, and because it just came out, I really do want to mention that if you haven't played this particular DLC, now is probably the time to cut away from the video. Skip maybe more towards the end. Murder on Eridanos happens when you watch an ether wave transmission, which is basically TV, of Halcyon Helen dying, who is like the main star of that show per se. And then it's announced that she was murdered on Eridanos. And you get called in to investigate because you're piloting the ship that actually belonged to a freelancer known as Alex Hawthorne. Now, because you have his ship, they think that's you, and they hire you to investigate this. First things first, they give you this little, like, clue finder thing, like, right as you come up to the scene of the crime, so to speak. It's essentially a scope that you look through, and then as you're looking through it, it'll point out clues and stuff for you.